Death by Toffee, previously published as Cream of the Crop.
Written by Clementine Moore and published by Starfall Publications. Book 5 from Ginger Burnet Cozy Mystery Series. Save more with our ebook and audiobook bundles on our website starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy.
Prologue. No one seems to understand that art is my life. I don't have the outward look of some of these other celebrity lifestyle artists, with their wild hair and strange way of dressing, but my heart beats for art. Why is it so difficult for those around me to understand that? Why am I not appreciated? Revered? I suppose that is the curse of a true artist, to not be appreciated in their lifetime. Think of Vincent van Gogh, William Blake, and all those other artists who died unknown and practically penniless. Now, they are considered geniuses, not only of their time, but of modern history. That's what I want, that adoration, that public worship. But I want it now. Why should I have to wait until I'm in the ground, mouldering away and unable to accept the adoration of my admirers? This island gallery, the art spread out across the forests and open lawns, is a stroke of genius I desperately wish I had thought of myself. I look around at the art suspended above me in the trees and sunk into the ground on gleaming plinths, and I feel the seething rage again. I deserve this and so much more besides. Somewhere in the distance, I hear Ariadne and David directing the construction of the marquee. They don't know I slipped onto the island for a private preview, and they can't know I'm here. I need to leave the island and return with the rest of the guests on the day of the party. I must remain in the shadows for now, but my time will come. I will make sure of it. Chapter 1. Finally, Ginger Burnet said with a sigh, flipping the sign on the door to show closed. Why did today feel like it was 2 days long? It was a beautiful, soft August evening in Little Chiswick in Gloucestershire, the candy-floss pink clouds drifting lazily across the violet twilight sky. After the frantic pace of the day, it was a pleasant view indeed. Because apparently the world and their wife decided that today was the day to visit the gingerbread house, replied Maggie McFelder, her usually chipper Scottish-accented tones slurred with exhaustion as she leaned heavily on the serving counter. Ginger could only nod wearily in agreement, sinking down into one of the cafe's comfortable armchairs with a groan of relief. It had indeed been a particularly long and busy Saturday. Not that it was a bad thing by any stretch of the imagination. All business was good business in Ginger's eyes. After all, she'd only opened her bakery, the gingerbread house, less than a month before. So, to have this number of customers was a delight. It made the ache in her feet and back worth it. Shall we get started on cleaning up? Asked Amelia, one of Ginger's former pupils from her time teaching at Chiswick Park Academy. Jack is ready to run another load through the dishwasher. 3 more minutes, Ginger groaned, flopping out her limbs like a rag doll. Tell Jack that if he wants to get things cleaned quicker, he can come and clear the tables himself. There are no customers out here for him to get shy around. Amelia smiled, blushing a little as she scurried off to relay the message to the new kitchen porter Ginger had recently hired. Good thing Amelia is heading back to culinary school in a few weeks, Maggie said under her breath, wandering over to flop into the green velvet armchair opposite Ginger, because that awkward little flirtation the two of them have going on is doomed, I promise you. You work in the theatre, Ginger said, briefly lifting her hips to pull her phone out of her back pocket. Aren't you supposed to be bohemian and romantic? I'm too tired and underpaid for that, Maggie said dryly. And I love how me coming to visit you today to shoot some promo video turned into me working behind the counter for 6 hours. And I am immeasurably grateful. I will pay you with actual real money as well as food and my affection, Ginger promised, frowning as she saw that she had received an email from a very unexpected person. Well, hello. What's this? Context? Maggie asked, half-heartedly fanning her face with one of the menus. Opening the email, Ginger's eyebrows rose higher and higher until they disappeared behind her overlong brunette fringe. Maggie waved her hands insistently, her soft, round face alive with curiosity. Well, don't keep me in suspense. Still blinking in surprise, Ginger scanned the email once again to make sure she wasn't misunderstanding. You're arty, right? Have you ever heard of Ariadne McIntosh and David Alvarez? From the way you're saying the names, I assume I should have, Maggie said, taking out her own phone for a quick online search. The names do ring a bell for me somehow, though. They're one of those famous artist couples, Ginger said, finding a picture and holding it out to her friend. It was a photo of a couple taken at some kind of red carpet event, judging by the fact that they were both in evening wear. They were both in perhaps their late 40s or early 50s. The woman was tall and lithe, with blonde hair softly shifting into a platinum grey. She wore her age gracefully, her high cheekbones and aquiline nose only seeming to be accentuated by the crow's feet gathering around her eyes and the slight relaxation of the skin along her elegant neck and jawline. The man was shorter and stocky, with dark hair and a strong Spanish complexion. His lips were soft and full, an unexpectedly feminine feature in his otherwise ruggedly masculine face. He had his arm wrapped warmly around the woman's waist, and there was a twinkle in his dark eyes as if he was teasing the viewer about the fact that he got to touch this beautiful woman while they did not. Okay, Maggie said, leaning forward to get a better look. So, they're both very hot, arty people who could both step on me and I would not complain. Chuckling, Ginger withdrew the phone. I think there's still some lemonade in the fridge since you're apparently so thirsty, Maggie. I'm good, Maggie said, waving a hand impatiently. Please explain how this connects to this mysterious email you just got. Well, Ginger said with a smirk, the very hot arty people, as you so delicately described them, are Ariadne McIntosh and David Alvarez. They're married, despite the differing last names, and they were both teachers of mine when I was studying art at university. Shut up, Maggie said, eyes widening. I can see where this is going. Did you have a torrid affair with one or both of them, and they've emailed you to rekindle the passion? Ginger laughed, genuinely amused, but also felt herself blush. It was true she'd had a crush on David in her first year, and had developed a kind of artistic adoration for Ariadne over the course of her studies. Nothing like that, she said, then frowned in thought. Although I do believe they're quite open about being a polyamorous couple. Not my kind of thing, but I remember there being whispers about some students and faculty having flings or short relationships with one or both of them. I like them more and more, Maggie said, still listening but also scrolling through her phone, obviously searching for more info about the couple. The email just now was from Ariadne, Ginger explained, opening the message once again. It's her birthday in about a week and she wants me to do the catering. At this, Maggie frowned, disapproving. That's horribly short notice, especially when you have a business to run. It is, Ginger admitted. Apparently, she had someone who planned the whole menu, but they've come down very sick with some gastrointestinal thing and won't be able to do the job. Are you thinking of doing it? Maggie asked, cocking her head slightly. Even with the menu planned and prepped, that's a lot of work at short notice. Please tell me they're going to pay you. Wordlessly, Ginger turned the phone around once more, pointing to the place in the email where Ariadne had written the proposed fee. Maggie's eyes bulged and her breath caught in her throat. Call me the top of a creme brulee because that is a cracking offer, she whispered. Do you think you'll take it? Ginger nibbled at her lower lip, mentally reviewing the pros and cons, how this would throw the bakery into mild chaos for several days, and the amount of work she would need to do to pull off the catering gig. The money is good, she admitted, even if you look at our takings for today, which has been one of our highest days since we opened. It's easily 4 times that much. I'm also thinking about the publicity. She scrolled back into the email and read aloud. We're expecting some rather high-profile guests from both the US and UK glitterati, and I'm sure they will love your culinary creations as much as I do. While you can't talk about the party until after the event, I'm sure you can bag a few selfies with the A-listers that will boost your name into the national eye. I wonder who she means by A-listers, Maggie muttered, tapping her chin in thought. Look, I am perfectly willing to help out here at the cafe if you want to take on this gig. I've got a bunch of paid time off from the theatre that I've been meaning to use all summer. It will be nice to get time to do some baking again. Are you sure? Ginger asked, thoughts still in a whirl. I can make sure I leave you with all the recipes and baking instructions and make up some batches of things before I go. I'm sure I can manage, Maggie said, her eyes brightening, as long as you let me do some experiments of my own. Nothing too wild, of course, just a bit of creative fun. As long as my bakery is in one piece when I get home, you can try whatever you like, Ginger said, eyes skimming over the sample menu that Ariadne had attached to the email. And I'm sure my mum and Reese won't mind pitching in if needed. Speaking of Reese, Maggie said, a smirk pulling at her mouth, how is the handsome devil? Ginger smiled. Reese, her boyfriend of around 2 years now, was a teacher at Chiswick Park Academy, but often got tangled up in her various plans and misadventures. Sometimes that meant helping in the kitchen on occasion, and sometimes that meant smashing a vase over the head of someone who was trying to kill her. They'd had their ups and downs over the past few years, most recently with Reese almost destroying her trust by going through her personal files on her laptop. However, they were in a good place right now. He's in the process of preparing for the new term, she told Maggie, up to his eyeballs in lesson plans and getting as many long hikes in as he can before he's back to the grind. Do you think he'll be weird about you jetting off to go and do this party? Maggie asked carefully. I know you're your own person and you two are much better at communicating about stuff than you used to be, but I also know he worries about you. With good reason, I might add. Ginger smiled softly, a soft warmth blooming in her heart like freshly baked bread as she thought about her curly-haired, giant but gentle boyfriend. We're going for a walk tomorrow afternoon, she said, putting away her phone. I'll talk to him about it then, but honestly, I am not quite sure how I'm supposed to say no to this offer. I adore Ariadne and David, and the money will really give us a financial buffer if things suddenly go quiet here at the cafe. Maggie nodded, understanding. Give yourself the night to think about it, she said, getting to her feet. Right now, let's get these tables cleared and clean the place up. I'm also mildly worried that Amelia and the boy might be making out in the kitchen, and no one wants that. Ginger chuckled as her friend picked up a tray full of used coffee cups and crumb-filled plates before making a deliberately noisy approach toward the kitchen. She looked over the email once more, feeling the familiar buzz of creative excitement gathering behind her sternum, like bees in a hive. She would give herself the night to think about it, like Maggie suggested, but Ginger already knew what her answer would be. How could she say no to such an incredible opportunity? Chapter 2. The gingerbread house was closed on Sundays, and so Ginger luxuriated in a lie-in, catching up on some much-needed sleep. She was woken up at about 9:30 by the sound of her bedroom door slowly creaking open. For just a moment, her heart surged in primal subconscious fear. But then, with an inquisitive chirp, Nina hopped up onto the bed quickly, followed by her brother Miles. The two blow-short-hair cats padded up the bedspread, ears twitching in reaction to the air stirred by the fan. "Good morning," Ginger murmured, groaning with delight as she stretched in a manner rather reminiscent of her pets. "I take it you're bored of me sleeping and want to go outside?" Nina only yawned in response, flashing a glimpse of her gleaming fangs and the ridge lines of her pink palate. Miles blinked slowly, his one blind eye a slightly milky green, already sprawled on his side in a nest of sheets. Okay, I'm up, Ginger grumbled, stretching once more before slipping out of bed. Throwing open the curtains, she looked down into the back garden and immediately blinked in surprise. What on earth? Grabbing the floral cotton robe that she wore in the summer, Ginger hurried out of her bedroom and down the creaking wooden stairs. The original flagstones that had been laid down when the cottage was originally built several hundred years before were pleasantly cool under her feet as she crossed the kitchen to the large French doors that led out onto the patio. Unlocking them, Ginger stepped outside, shielding her eyes against the warm morning sun. "What's all this, then?" she asked, a grin blooming on her face. "You sneaking in through my back gate again?" "It's not my fault that I'm tall enough to reach over the top of the gate to undo the bolt," Rhys said, smoothing out the edge of the tartan picnic blanket he'd laid out. "And this is making you breakfast in bed on your day off, but I didn't want to wake you up, so I made it all at home and brought it with me." He looked good, and Ginger took a moment to take in the sight of him. He'd recently shaved the undercut of his dark brown hair, but had thankfully kept the curls that she loved so much. Even dressed in just a plain white t-shirt and a pair of sand-coloured shorts, he had the look of a model, with his broad shoulders and dazzling, charmingly shy smile. Delighted at the sight before her, Ginger stepped out onto the sun-warmed patio, and then down the 2 steps onto the rear lawn. Rhys had really gone all out. Spread out on the blanket, she could see bacon sandwiches and homemade French toast nestled in foil to keep warm, surrounded by little pots of summer berries such as strawberries, cherries, brambles, and red currants. There was a tub filled with slices of fresh honeydew and watermelon covered in a layer of ice to keep cool. To drink, there was a large bottle of orange juice and a flask that she guessed would contain Rhys' favourite Kenyan coffee made the way they both liked it, with a splash of coconut milk and hazelnut syrup. "To think that you couldn't cook and were surviving off grilled chicken and couscous when I met you," Ginger teased, lowering herself to sit on the blanket where Rhys was already loading up a plate for her. He passed it over, pausing to briefly share a kiss, then served himself. "You're a good teacher," he said with a grin, digging 2 sets of cutlery out of the large backpack he'd used to carry the feast. "And sure, I have to do slightly more cardio than I would like, but it's worth it for all the delightful food we've shared over the years." Ginger took a bite of a bacon sandwich, humming with appreciation as she reached for a wedge of crisp, cold watermelon. "Did you somehow send the cats to wake me up?" she asked, not bothering to wipe away the juice that ran down her chin as she took a bite of melon. "If not, those little ragamuffins have excellent timing." "I might have dangled some bacon in front of the patio doors so they would go harass you to wake up," Rhys confessed, removing a scrap of meat from his sandwich with a sigh as Nina and Miles emerged from the house to claim their spoils. The couple chatted easily over breakfast, lounging in the pleasant warmth of the summer morning. As expected, the food tasted excellent, although Ginger was sure that had as much to do with the fact that it had been made with love as the fact that Rhys had become a fairly adept cook over the course of their relationship. Finally, full of food and juice and coffee, Ginger flopped back onto the blanket, covering her eyes with a forearm. Rhys soon joined her, resting his head on her thigh, which was bare except for her lacy shorts. The bristles of his hair tickled her skin, but Ginger actually found it rather pleasant. "Oh, I got a rather interesting email yesterday," she said, idly running a hand through his curls. Though she couldn't see him, she felt him adjust his head so that he was looking up toward her face. The, "Hey, I've got a really exciting cake idea kind of interesting," or the, "This person might be trying to take my skin and eat my flesh kind of interesting?" he asked, voice tinged with caution. "Not exactly either, but closer to the former," Ginger said, patting her boyfriend's head with a chuckle. "I told you about my favourite art tutors at university, right?" The wildly talented and attractive couple who occasionally dated other members of the faculty and former students, Rhys asked dryly. "Yes, I remember. Why?" Ginger gave him a basic summary of the email, about how Ariadne was throwing an exclusive and decadent birthday party on a private island that David had turned into an outdoor exhibition featuring his wife's art. She told Rhys about the caterer who had been forced to pull out at the last moment, and how Ariadne had reached out to ask if Ginger could step in. She also told him about the price that her former tutor was offering to pay, the number still sounding too large as she said it. By the time she was done, the two of them had swapped places, and now she was lying on the blanket, her head resting on Rhys's tan, muscled thigh. I mean, it obviously sounds like a fantastic opportunity, he said slowly, one arm curled protectively across her chest. But you know I'm immediately thinking about everything that could go wrong, right? Especially considering my penchant for getting into some less than ideal situations, Ginger agreed. Don't worry, I lay awake for a while last night, worrying about how this apparently wonderful thing might be a secret trap by some shadowy figure from my past to destroy my life and reputation. Rhys gave a quiet chuckle, and Ginger was deeply aware of how, to any other couple, such things would make no sense. But after everything she had gone through, and after everything Rhys had gone through, both the thought and the laughter made sense. Honestly, though, she said, brushing her fingers back and forth along his forearm, with its thin layer of dark hair, I can't see how anything could go wrong. I'd be away for 4 days, at most, if you include the day travelling down, prep day, the day of the party, and then clean up and travelling home. There's going to be maybe 10 guests maximum, Ariadne said, including her and David, and they're all people that she's known personally for years. Aren't they all super famous as well? Rhys asked. Or whatever glitterati means. She said something about famous guests, yes. Ginger tilted her head back to look up at him. Why? What are you thinking? He shrugged. I feel mean-spirited for it, but do you think maybe Ariadne has invited you to show you off in a way? Like, you're fairly well known for more than your baking, you know? What if she just wants to parade you about as some kind of curiosity for these A-listers? Ginger frowned in thought. Her gut instinct told her that Ariadne wouldn't do something like that. However, it had been over 10 years since she last saw her and David, so it was a little odd that Ariadne was reaching out now. I don't think she'd have a motivation like that, she said slowly, but it can't hurt to have a phone call with her beforehand. Test the waters, so to speak. Rhys swept her fringe out of the way before leaning down to kiss her forehead. Money is good and always helpful, but not if it's at the cost of your safety or dignity. These might be cool, hot people who you looked up to when you were younger, but that doesn't mean they're necessarily going to be looking out for your best interests. He scrunched up his nose in a frown. Sorry to sound like such a paranoid negative Nancy. Ginger snaked an arm up around his neck to pull him down to her again, this time for a proper kiss. Don't worry, I get it, she said against his mouth. And trust me, I want to be safe as well. But I also really hope I don't get any bad vibes off Ariadne from this. It seems like a really fun, exciting kind of event. It's an exclusive party on a private art gallery island, Rhys. Who wouldn't want to be able to be a part of that? He grinned, tapping her on the nose as he sat upright again. I know, he said, shooing Nina away from where she was investigating the remnants of bacon grease on some of the foil. And part of me wishes I could come along as a +1. But I've got the new term to prep for and also need to help hold down the fort at the gingerbread house. Ginger looked up at Rhys, her heart as warm and full as her belly. They'd had their bumps over the years, but she still felt lucky to have this man in her life. Let me get dressed in some actual clothes, she said, sitting up. Then I'll grab my bike and we can head out for a cycle. Ariadne can wait a few more hours for her answer. Chapter 3. It had been a long time since Ginger had smelled the sea. Now, here she was, windows down to let in the breeze, driving along the south coast. The car was piled high with her specialist cooking utensils, her luggage for the weekend, and some filming equipment such as ring lights and tripods. Winding down the quiet, narrow coastal road, flanked on both sides by rippling, hardy grass, no doubt flavoured by the salt in the air, Ginger tried to organise her thoughts as the hotel came into view in the distance. In all honesty, she hadn't expected things to move quite as quickly as they had. What she had intended to be a quick, clarifying phone call with Ariadne on the Sunday evening after Rhys had gone home had evolved into a massive planning session that lasted for several hours. It was now Tuesday, and Ginger was hours from home, trying to decide how she was going to greet her former tutor, whom she hadn't seen for over 10 years. And, beyond the social aspects, she couldn't ignore the nervous, excited thrum of challenge as she pondered exactly how she was going to pull off the ambitious menu planned for the party. This included a showstopper gelatine art cake that Ginger had offered to make instead of the rather plain sponge birthday cake since, apparently, she just loved to always make things more complicated for herself. The hotel, white and turreted, grew in size as she drew closer, rising up out of the grasses and wind-whipped spruce trees like an especially detailed macaroon. Pulling into a lay-by, sending up a puff of chalky white dust that drifted over the car, Ginger climbed out, pulling a tripod after her. Part of the deal she had negotiated with Ariadne was that she could film content for future Instagram and YouTube videos, as long as they were released after the event, and Ginger didn't harass the guests for video or photos. So, Ginger said, settling her phone into the tripod, taking a video. According to the website, when I looked up directions, the hotel was once a Victorian health spa. All those rich people suffering from the industrial pollution in the cities and the arsenic in their wallpaper fled to the promise of fresh sea air and clean water on the south coast. Zooming in on the hotel, she continued. Apparently, there's still a spa on site, but it's now the more traditional modern offering of massages and saunas rather than taking the waters or doing strange things with electricity. However, a morning dip in the freezing seawater pools at the base of the cliff is as heartily encouraged as it was at the turn of the 20th century. A swim in a cold pool sounded absolutely delightful to Ginger as she climbed back into the car and drove the rest of the way to the hotel. Immediately, a smartly dressed valet in a deep green blazer and white gloves hurried out of the hotel's front doors. He crouched slightly, peering in through the open window. "Good afternoon, and welcome to the North Star Hotel," he said with a dazzling smile and quick bow. "Am I correct in assuming you are Ginger Burnet?" "That's me," Ginger said, squinting in the afternoon sun as she looked around for somewhere to leave the car, but only seeing the tarmac turning circle, some lovely flower beds filled to bursting with geraniums, and then a short stretch of grass before the cliff plunged down to the promenade and the beach below. "Do I need you to direct me to parking, or do I just leave it here?" "We will handle everything for you," the valet said, maintaining his smile as he opened the car door for her. "Miss McIntosh and Mr. Alvarez informed us ahead of time about your arrival and your role in their celebrations." "Oh!" Ginger felt out of her depth with the level of customer service, unused to such fancy places. "Shall I grab my bags and head inside to check in then? Your personal luggage will be sent up to your room, and any kitchen items will be sent to the hotel kitchen that has been set aside for your personal use." Ginger blinked in surprise. "I'm sorry, are you saying I get the whole hotel kitchen to myself? What about the other guests?" "Your group are the only guests at the hotel this weekend," the valet said, his smile becoming genuinely amused as he watched Ginger do the mental maths of what exactly that meant. "Ariadne didn't mention that in the call," Ginger mumbled, grabbing her handbag and staggering out of the car. Just for a moment, the valet broke his facade of formal professionalism and winked at her. "You've got some very interesting friends," he said, jerking a thumb back toward the hotel. "Seem like cool people, to be honest." "They really are," Ginger said, catching a glimpse of Ariadne a moment before she burst out of the hotel's front doors, arms immediately opening for a hug. "Darling Ginger," she gushed, the melodic yet unusual notes of her transatlantic accent drawing Ginger in to listen as forcefully as her arms pulled her into an embrace. "I'm so delighted you're here. How was the drive?" Ginger began to answer, but was shut down by the continued torrent of excited words flowing from Ariadne. "I was honestly nervous that you were going to cancel at the last moment when you realised how utterly insane this whole idea is." She linked an arm with one of Ginger's, beginning to lead her away from the hotel, much to Ginger's surprise. "I was just saying to David that maybe you were too busy for us now that you were all famous and running your own business and everything." "Well, busy is certainly true, but I always have time for interesting offers like this one," Ginger said, feeling strangely self-conscious, pressed against the older woman's side. "Just look at it," Ariadne said, gesturing out toward the glittering sheet of the ocean as they reached the edge of the cliff. "Isn't it just magical? Makes me think of that suspended silk installation David and I did in Munich a few years ago." Ginger didn't reply, feeling tongue-tied by her ignorance of said installation. Her head was still spinning as it truly sank in just how high-profile this event was going to be. The little moments of micro-celebrity she'd experienced when one of her cake designs would go viral for a few hours were pennies compared to the international acclaim of the woman standing beside her. "You're panicking, aren't you?" Ariadne asked gently, moving her arm to wrap around Ginger's shoulders. "You used to get the same look on your face during exam week when I taught you." "Nice to know I've grown and changed so much in the past 10 years or so," Ginger laughed, trying to shake off her nerves. "I think it just hit me how manic this is going to be. I just don't want to ruin your birthday." Ariadne laughed, the sound as bright and fresh as the sea foam gathering on the rocks below. "You could never," she said. "If it wasn't for you, David and I would be in the kitchen ourselves trying to put all the food together. Now, that would ruin the birthday for everyone else. No, anything you do will be wonderful and will impress everyone."
Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
"I still can't believe you're shipping all the food to an island," Ginger said, shaking her head. "You and David sure do like to push the boundaries of the impossible, don't you?" "Art defies the concept of the impossible," said a bass, rumbling voice from behind them. Ginger turned, slipping free of Ariadne's arm, to see David approaching via a path she hadn't seen previously that wound down the cliff to the beach. He was wearing a wetsuit and his black hair clung to his scalp with water. Despite being wet, he still swept Ginger up into an effusive hug, complete with a kiss on each cheek. He carried with him the cold, seaweed smell of open water, and Ginger felt less overheated and sweaty just from being near him. "I just had a quick swim around the coast of the island," he explained, pointing to a dark dot a short distance off a headland a few miles down the beach. "It's doable when the sea is as calm as it is today, but I'm thoroughly glad we're using the boats to get there from the mainland and for everything else." "I'm still trying to wrap my head around how you've staged this whole thing," Ginger admitted. From her call with Ariadne on Sunday evening, she knew that while the bulk of the food, prep, cooking and baking would be done at the hotel, there was a rudimentary kitchen set up in the large marquee, set up on the island. She would have an oven, a stovetop, a fridge and freezer, and enough space to plate up food or do any last-minute decorating. "We bought the island a few years ago with the plan to turn it into a nature reserve," Ariadne said, shielding her eyes to look out towards the island. "But that's been on the back burner for a little while as we get permits and charity status sorted and all that kind of thing. So David had the exquisite idea of turning the whole island into an outdoor gallery as a birthday present." "It's really quite magnificent," David said. "When our boat provider texts me that the tides are safe to go over again today, we'll take you for a look so you can familiarise yourself." "I can't wait to see it," Ginger said honestly. The whole thing sounds fantastical, like a fairy tale or something from another world. That's the kind of energy we're going for, David said, passion lighting up his dark brown eyes as he spoke. It's supposed to feel totally cut off from regular civilization, a physical moment suspended in time. He paused, laughing softly as he locked eyes with Ariadne. But, forgive me, dear Ginny, he said, bowing and gesturing to the hotel. You must be exhausted after travelling all day. Why don't you come inside? There are cold drinks and good food, and we can show you around the kitchens. Or should I perhaps call it your studio? His eyes twinkled with amusement. Sounds perfect, Ginger said, looking back and forth between the two, her self-consciousness finally slipping away like an extra layer of clothing she didn't need in the summer sun. A brief calm before the storm. Chapter 4. The evening at the North Star Hotel flew by on wings of wine, laughter, and reminiscing on days past. Any plans of going to the island that day were quickly forgotten as Ginger set about impressing her former tutors with a delicious dinner cooked in the hotel kitchen. In no time at all, Ginger felt fully at ease with Ariadne and David, in a way she'd never been able to as their student. She felt on a more equal footing now in some small way, with her own success in her artistic endeavours and the gingerbread house. When Ginger staggered into the kitchen early the next morning, her mouth fuzzy from the wine the night before, she was surprised to see someone new already there. There was a small, lean woman, likely in her early 20s, with a blonde pixie cut, a septum piercing, and several piercings in each ear. However, it was her strong forearms and shoulders, the telltale sign of a potter and sculptor, that instantly made Ginger realise who this was. Claire? She asked hesitantly. That's me. Claire Connolly, assistant to Ariadne and David, the woman replied in a lilting Irish accent, holding out a cup of freshly made coffee to Ginger. Sorry, I wasn't here to greet you yesterday. I was on the island all day getting some of the pieces installed and making sure the kitchen in the marquee was all set up for you. Got too late for me to come back last night, so I just slept out there. The stars were nice. Ginger took the cup gratefully, immediately gulping down a good third of it. She was going to need the caffeine to get through the day. Is there anything else I can do to help you get started in your day? Claire asked. She had a solid, reassuring presence to her that Ginger immediately liked. She was like clay, dependable but flexible. Not that I can think of, Ginger replied, setting down the coffee to tie on an apron. I've got a lot to be getting on with. Just shout if you need anything, Claire said, gathering a tray with 2 cups of coffee, a jug of milk, a pot of sugar cubes, and 2 newspapers that Ginger assumed were for Ariadne and David. The hotel kitchen staff are at your disposal when you might need them, but other than that, we shall leave you to your art. Thank you, Ginger called after Claire as she left the kitchen. After taking another long drink of her coffee, Ginger then tied up her hair, set her hands on her hips and took a deep breath. Okay, she murmured, approaching the first fridge. Let's get this started. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The many hours of the next day and a half folded together like melted chocolate through cream. Fueled by a shocking amount of coffee and supported by the kitchen staff of the North Star Hotel, Ginger baked, cooked, painted, sculpted, iced, carved, glazed, and designed a buffet spread that was equal parts art and food. The original menu created by the previous caterer ended up being more of an inspiration than a step-by-step guide. Most of the recipes and food items remained the same, but the method of presentation varied wildly from the original. Ariadne and David would occasionally pop in to see how things were going, and David even volunteered to play videographer for an hour or 2. I did get shortlisted at Cannes once, you know, he said with a wink before going off in search of some flashlights and tin foil he could use to make better lighting. With his help doing camera and lighting, Ginger was able to get enough good footage that she knew she'd be able to edit together a stunning YouTube video of the food prep. as well as recycle the footage into content across various platforms. "You have such a strong artistic voice in your content," Ariadne commented as she helped Ginger roll delicate brandy snaps, still warm from the oven, into their classic tubular shape. On the night of the party, Ginger would then pipe freshly whipped vanilla and cardamom cream into the tubes, creating a crisp, sweet, decadent treat perfect for a party such as this one. "It's taken a lot of time to find what feels right for me," Ginger said, carefully setting another completed brandy snap aside on the tray, "trying to find a balance between my artistic expression and what makes good marketing." Ariadne hummed in understanding, pausing in her task. "That's always the challenge for artists and creatives," she said. It was just the two of them in the kitchen, and the harshness of the overhead lights carved into the lines on Ariadne's face that Ginger hadn't noticed were there. For some reason, she thought that someone who seemed as ethereal and ageless as her former tutor wouldn't have something as mortal as age lines. But she'd forgotten that it had been 10 years since she'd last seen Ariadne. Of course, her face would bear evidence of that time, just like anyone else. "It's something I wish I had impressed more on all my students over the years," Ariadne said, leaning back against one of the countertops. "That the art is the most important thing, and will always be the most important thing, but that you must find a way to bring your art to the people. The time of wealthy patrons is all but over. Royalty don't have a pet artist like they did in the time of Da Vinci. You have to find an audience yourself who is passionate enough about your art to want to possess a piece of it. And that," she said, gesturing to the fridge and the rows of hollow brandy snaps, "is why you have been so astute. You've turned your artistic eye to something more easily accessible and literally consumable than more traditional mediums. You forged your path." Ginger thought a lot about Ariadne's words as she finished assembling the elements of the buffet. She pondered how exactly she had ended up with a bakery and an online following that adored her cakes. When she'd been at university, being taught art by Ariadne and David and the other talented tutors on the course, she'd always intended to follow a more traditional art path. Ginger knew that somewhere in her attic there were sketchbooks full of rough drafts for sculptures, textured paintings, gallery displays, and other wild nonsense she'd dreamed of creating as a student. So, what had steered her from that path onto the one she was on now? Was it the boring desk job she'd taken to pay the bills that had driven her to a breakdown? Had it been moving back to where she'd grown up, feeling like a failure? Had it been her dear friend June Nelson who had helped her rediscover joy and creativity again through cooking and baking? Was that the point where her artistic mind had started finding fulfillment through creating fantastical food? All she knew was that the process of moving all the food, carefully packed into boxes and portable fridges, was every bit as hair-raising as trying to transport any other art piece. Making the food in such a way that it would survive the 20-minute boat ride from the loading dock to the island was the real challenge. It was early Wednesday morning, and the party was scheduled to begin in the late afternoon. Ginger shamelessly clung to the cake boxes carrying the tiers of Ariadne's birthday cake, heart thundering as she tried to mentally steady all the other containers. "It will be fine," David assured her with some amusement, all the same placing his foot reassuringly against a box to keep it in place as the boat lurched over a wave. "Claire arranged all the transport, and I can say from experience that she has a knack for such things. Everything is temperature controlled, and even if the water is a little choppier today than we would like, all the boxes are secured." Ginger tried to smile to acknowledge his words. "Thank you for trying to make me feel better, but my stress won't be appeased until we unpack it all at the other end, and I know everything is okay." David chuckled, shaking his head. "Hopefully, seeing the exhibit entrance and the marquee all set up will be a calming force once we get to the island. It's the kind of place you never want to leave." Chapter 5. Ginger didn't allow herself to pay attention to anything else until all the food was safely off the boat. Only then was she able to take in the beauty of the island. A narrow beach consisting of both sand and pebbles encircled the island like a collar, stretching away on either side of the small dock. From what Ginger could see, the majority of the island was heavily wooded, mostly with tall, fragrant pine trees. The air carried the smell of salt water, damp sand, and the slightly acidic turpentine scent of the pine sap. It made Ginger instantly think of camping, wood fires in the open air, and even of Christmas, despite the August heat. "It feels entirely out of time and place," she murmured, eyes tracing the narrow sandy track that led from the dock into the trees, until it was swallowed by shadows. "We could be almost anywhere at any point in history." "Isn't it marvellous?" David gleefully leapt off the boat, waving for the boat crew to begin carrying the boxes off the boat to stack on the dock. "Just wait until you see the rest of it. Come, we will bring the cake and I will show you the rest." Carefully carrying 2 cake boxes, Ginger tried to match David's exuberant pace up the track into the woods. The wind coming off the sea made the air deliciously cool, with a faint taste of salt. As they carried on through the woods, Ginger began to slowly notice where David's artistry had touched the island. She hadn't noticed before, but the path was lined with strips of electric lights, hidden in the dirt just enough that they were invisible until they glowed. Since it was morning, they only weakly glimmered in the few patches of shadow, but she knew that when night fell, it would illuminate a magical path through the trees. If that wasn't enough, the first time she paused to look up into the canopy, she was surprised to see more lights and what appeared to be pieces of fabric art strung between the trees. "You really turned the whole island into a gallery, didn't you?" she asked David, delight pulling a smile across her face. He nodded in response, spreading his arms wide and turning in a slow circle. "My greatest display yet, and the best love letter I have ever written," he said, then pointed up to the glimmering, shivering fabric in the trees. "Although not all of the art is Ariadne's, I asked a few valued and precious people to contribute pieces for the display. Hence why when our caterer fell through, you were the first person we contacted as a replacement. I wanted to provide the opportunity to bring art into the meal itself, made by one of our most adored former students." Ginger beamed, feeling herself flush, but she couldn't ignore the prickle of distrust that rippled through her stomach. If she was so adored and so valued, why hadn't David reached out to her about being a part of the display from the beginning? As mean as it made her feel, she couldn't help but wonder if Reese's suspicion was at least partially correct. Maybe Ariadne and David did value her skill and artistic ability, but as Ariadne had said the night before, much of the success of art was about recognizing trends and marketing yourself. What if she had been brought in because they viewed her like any other trend? A sensational little morsel to weave into the fabric of the art event with her sordid past connections to murder and mayhem. The baker the papers painted to have blood on her hands. Quickly she shook off the thoughts as the staff from the boat passed her, boxes in hand, heading deeper into the forest. "You will get a chance to see the whole island later," David promised, clearly mistaking her conflicted silence with being overwhelmed by the scale of his creation. "I would, in fact, even hazard that it looks even better in the dark." Claire and I spent weeks working on the lighting for each of the pieces. In the dark, the whole island will become a glowing fairy tale that is equal parts beautiful and unsettling. He frowned, glancing up into the sky that could just be glimpsed between the trees. "I just hope that there is no rain. That would spoil things terribly." "I'll make sure there's art inside the marquee as well as outside," Ginger promised, pushing her harsh thoughts aside and hurrying to draw level with David. "Let's go and see my gallery, shall we?" The marquee far surpassed the simple label of tent. Constructed from silvery white, slightly iridescent fabric and a matte black metal frame, the marquee spread across 2 floors. The upper floor even had balconies coming out from open doorways covered with clear plastic to keep out any unpleasant weather. The downstairs was even more robust, with 3 sets of double doors currently flung open. Inside, even from this distance, Ginger caught a glimpse of long buffet tables covered in white tablecloths and shivering chandeliers suspended from the ceiling. Inside, the floor was dark, gleaming wood with throw rugs artfully scattered around. Stretches of colourful, hazy fabric swooped like birds on water, breaking up the large internal space. There were various soft furnishings, large pillows, blankets, and low, squishy sofas stacked near the doors, clearly intended to be distributed around the space to turn it into a series of cosy nooks. Rather cleverly, this gave the appearance of intimacy, while the see-through nature of the fabric stopped the room feeling like it had been sharply chopped up into tiny rooms. "It's incredible," Ginger breathed, looking around. "I can only imagine how magical it will be when all the internal decoration is done." "Indeed," David said, and she could see his eyes were already addressing the space. However, he quickly caught her eye and smiled. "But, dear Ginger, this is not your area to address. Your kingdom is back here." As they passed the long white tables, Ginger was already mentally planning what dish would go where. She'd made a rough map to follow, but a lot could change when she was actually setting up the dishes. The lighting of the room, the position of a door that might dry out certain foods, how certain colours or textures appeared when placed beside one another. All were factors that she hadn't been able to plan for ahead of time. But all the food was here, as were the dishes. All she had to do was discard any damaged food, finish assembling or decorating certain dishes, and then lay everything out. She glanced at her watch. She had 6 hours to create her culinary art gallery on the tables. David led her through a rear door into a plastic tunnel that led directly into several connected portable cabins filled with the kitchen equipment she needed. "Everything is hooked up to the generators and a water tank, so you should be fine. The people will carry all the food up from the boat in the next few minutes and will help load it into fridges and freezers if needed. Now, I shall leave you to your final tasks," David said, clearly eager to get back out into the main space to arrange the cosy nooks. "Shout for me if you need anything, or call Claire on the radio." Ginger glanced over to see a small handset sitting in a charging port on one of the shelves. "Just pray to whatever patron of art you might know that the jelly art hasn't melted," she said, putting the sponge cake base onto one of the worktops. "I shall do so," Davy said, entirely earnest, his thick brows drawing down over his face. Despite herself, Ginger felt a frisson of attraction for him that left her blushing. It was something about the intensity of his gaze, and nothing more, she told herself, quickly turning away to hide her blush. However, from the soft smirk and a twitch of his eyebrow that she caught out of the corner of her eye, Ginger suspected that David had noticed. However, he left without a word, and she busied herself with checking the temperature of the food as it was delivered, and ensuring it was safe to eat before loading it into fridges and freezers. The jelly art that was supposed to top Ariadne's cake had indeed survived the journey, much to Ginger's relief. Made using various sizes of syringes, different coloured gelatine mixes, and lots of cooling stages, Ginger had created an explosion of colourful confetti suspended in a single moment. The main body, a large dome that reminded Ginger of a glass paperweight that her father Ian used to have on his desk when she was a child, was clear to allow the other colours to show through. There were luminous reds, blues, greens, pinks, purples, and oranges, each fleck of confetti colliding with another in different patterns depending on from which angle the cake was viewed. It was a design Ginger had been perfecting for years, ever since she learned the technique existed. She really couldn't have asked for a better event to showcase such a creation. Taking out her phone, she snapped a quick picture to send to Reese, along with a text saying, "Safely survived the trip." She frowned, however, when the message failed to send, citing no signal. It gave her a bad feeling in her gut, and a flashback to another fancy event in a remote location, an event that had turned into a horror story that still stalked her from the tabloid headlines. Ginger shook the thoughts off, however. No, she told herself sternly. This place is not Arlington Manor. Everything will be fine. Now go whip some cream for the brandy snaps and stop fussing. You've got A-lister celebrities to impress. Chapter 6. Like pastry slowly crisping and darkening in the heat of the oven, the evening rolled in slowly on an unexpected wave of warm, sticky air. The clouds, like angry eyebrows, thickened and darkened, drawing low over the horizon. Ginger didn't see any of it, entirely consumed by the painstaking process of assembling the buffet. This was the most extensive menu she'd ever had to assemble. Dozens of silver trays, each topped with a glass dome, covered the tables like magical shining bubbles. Several of the domes were filled with different flavoured smokes designed to enhance the food within. Fruits, vegetables, and baked goods lit up the table with pops of gleaming colour. At the centre of it all was the jelly firework cake, the bright hues of the gelatine contrasting with the smooth white buttercream covering the 2 layers of sponge that made up the base. Once the dishes were all laid out, Ginger changed out of her food-stained, sweaty prep clothes. Although she was in charge of the food for the night, she would also be interacting with the guests. Ariadne hadn't told her exact names, teasing that she didn't want to spoil the surprise. Still, Ginger knew that there were going to be some A-list celebrities in attendance. She really couldn't face people flecked with chocolate sauce, face gleaming with sweat from the kitchen. Slipping into a crisp blue dress emblazoned with sprays of silver flowers in glittering thread, she tied up her hair into a high ponytail. Then, using her phone's front-facing camera, she quickly applied mascara and dark red lipstick, desperately trying to fluff her fringe into something presentable. Finally, she put on a pair of black velvet ballet pumps, hoping no one would notice where she had coloured in a scuff mark with a pen. Outfit change complete, Ginger nervously padded down the plastic hallways that connected the makeshift kitchen and the ground floor of the marquee. To her surprise, however, the space was empty of people. David had done a beautiful job of placing the soft furnishings to create an aura of connected intimacy, but he was nowhere to be found. There was also no sign of Ariadne or Claire or any other mysterious guests. Quickly, Ginger checked her phone, but there were no messages. In fact, there was no signal at all. "Where is everyone?" she muttered, tucking her phone away in her pocket and deciding to check on the buffet table one more time. She wanted it to be truly perfect. Crouching down, she checked the temperature of the plates under the trays, keeping them hot or cold as needed. As she was adjusting the temperature of the tray holding tiny pots of bubble tea custard, Ginger sensed someone step into the marquee. The footsteps were all but inaudible, but a strong presence preceded the figure that was impossible to ignore. Shooting to her feet, Ginger spun around. Stepping through the doors into the pool of low light cast by the internal chandeliers, and backlit by the evening sky, was a man of average height. He had dark hair, a charmingly rugged beard and moustache, and a confident set to his shoulders. For a few seconds, Ginger felt a strange moment of familiarity. Then she realised who exactly she was looking at. The man, who she knew to be in his early 50s but looked in his late 30s, chuckled softly as he approached the buffet table. "I see Ariadne and David didn't share the guest list with you," he commented with a conspiratorial smile. Then, clasping his hands behind his back, he came to peruse the buffet table. "You're Adrian Walker," Ginger said faintly, scrabbling to get her wits about her, but still caught off guard. You won the Oscar for Best Actor last year." "I know," he teased, leaning forward to look over the buffet dishes. "I was there when they announced it. Went up on stage to collect the award and everything." His voice held more of an accent than Ginger had expected. "Sorry, I'm so sorry. I just love your work," Ginger whispered, pressing her hands to her blushing cheeks, as if she could hide her embarrassment. She blinked slowly, looking back and forth between the man and the buffet. "I just hope you enjoy mine as much." "Adrian, darling," Ariadne came sweeping in out of nowhere, her long gauzy black gown floating around her like she'd stolen a square of the night sky to get dressed. "I see you've already met Ginger, our chef extraordinaire for the evening." "We hadn't quite got to names," Adrian said, placing a kiss on each of Ariadne's cheeks before shooting Ginger a wink. "Poor Ginger is still in the star-struck phase. You really could have warned the poor woman." Ariadne gave Ginger an apologetic look before looking back to Adrian. "I sometimes forget just how famous you are, my dear. I've known you for so long at this point that you're practically a normal person to me." Adrian tutted and shook his head, tapping Ariadne firmly on the shoulder, with a finger to punctuate each word. "I know that isn't true because this is the third time you've used me as a surprise shock for unsuspecting people. You like getting to show me off, and that is all." There was a flash of irritation in Ariadne's eyes that Ginger wasn't expecting, but it was enough to pull her out of her shock. She shook her head, slowly regaining her composure. No, it's fine. I'm just embarrassed I gushed over you like that." Adrian waved a hand, every inch the gracious, genteel star. "Don't worry about it. I look forward to being introduced to the exciting little morsels tucked away under those domes." "I think we have some exciting morsels of our own arriving right now," Ariadne said, shooing Adrian toward the doors. Peering out, Ginger could see a small party of people wandering up the path from the dock. The lights embedded in the ground were slowly beginning to flicker to life, giving the approaching party the aura of a group of mysterious fae stealing in along with the twilight. "Anyone else I might know?" she asked. "It's showtime, darling Ginger," Ariadne said over her shoulder, her eyes sparkling with excitement, ringed with a dramatic smoky eyeshadow look. "And don't feel like you have to act like hired help tonight. You're a guest here just as much as anyone else is. I want to make sure you have fun as well." Ginger smiled, appreciating the sentiment. However, she knew full well that she would need to spend most of her time keeping an eye on the food, helping with serving and popping back to the kitchen to refill platters as required. The fact was that she was hired help. It was why she was here at all, so, of course, she was going to act like it and ensure the food was worth all the time and effort that she'd put into it. Also, if she was totally honest with herself, watching the guests step into the marquee and begin exclaiming in delight at the interior, she felt more than a little out of place. If an Oscar-winning actor was on the guest list, then who else was about to come strolling through the doors? Buzzing with curiosity, Ginger slipped into the shadows draped softly around the edge of the room, following Ariadne from a distance as she went to greet the guests. Would there be anyone else present that she recognised? Chapter 7. Ginger didn't realise that there was a particular scent to people who had money, yet, somehow, the marquee was suddenly filled with a gentle, heady scent of unquestionable financial security, luxury and ease. She'd worked fancy events before, obviously, and made cakes for people who earned more per year than what her house was worth. But the people Ariadne welcomed into the grotto of the marquee, David now by her side, were a whole different kind of rich. The fact that a literal Oscar-winning actor was present should probably have tipped her off, she could admit that. "It's quite something." Claire's voice came from just to her left, and Ginger startled in surprise. The younger woman smiled, partially apologetic and partially amused. Each of her many silvery piercings caught the light as she shifted minutely. "It's all rather overwhelming to begin with, isn't it?" she said, nodding toward the newly arrived guests. Ginger nodded, eyes drifting over clothing and jewellery that had the simplicity and elegance of true luxury. There were no gaudy details or flashy accessories, but there seemed to be an extra shimmering layer of something untouchable that surrounded the individuals like a magical glamour. "Want me to help you put some names to faces?" Claire asked. "I say this with great affection, but Ari and David have been moving in highfalutin circles for so long now that they've forgotten what it's like to be the new person in the room. Terrifying, isn't it? You seem very comfortable here, Ginger murmured, watching a tall, intensely lean woman with pink-rinsed hair cut close to her scalp laugh loudly at something David said before leaning in to kiss each of his cheeks in greeting. But I'm guessing you're fairly new to all this. You haven't been out of uni for long, have you? Claire shook her head. Not long at all. Turned 24 last week. As she spoke, her eyes never left the hosting couple. It was an odd expression, one that on anyone else's face would seem intrusive or obsessive. But for Claire, with her pixie face, there was a softness to the intensity that reminded Ginger of the way she'd sometimes catch Reese looking at her. All at once, it occurred to her that it was more than possible that Claire was more than an assistant to David and Ariadne. It was entirely possible that she was in a relationship with either one, or indeed both, of the couple. Moreover, it wouldn't be the first time a former student or recent graduate had evolved their relationship with the couple. Okay, the two you need to know first are the mother and daughter, Claire said, pulling Ginger from her wonderings. She pointed to a young, light-skinned black woman who looked barely out of her teens. The daughter is Sophia. She's sweet enough, doing the whole young, rich influencer thing, dabbling in music or something. Her mother is Madeleine Oberon. She pointed to the woman with short pink hair. That's one you need to make sure you keep your wits together around. Everyone is equal parts terrified and in awe of her. Why? Ginger asked, although she suspected she already knew. There was a force of personality coming from Madeleine that was unmissable. She's the head of a huge company that does things with data analytics or machine learning software or something equally obscure, Claire said, making a vague gesture that suggested she wasn't entirely sure. But she's got an incredible eye for art, especially picking out young, up-and-coming artists. She's been finding gems in the art world on an international scale for the past 20 years. She gave Ginger a knowing look. If Madeleine Oberon has one of her people at your gallery show, you have the chance to be pushed out onto an international stage. And if she's there, in person, well, you'd better prepare for your life to completely change, even if only for a few months. Didn't she buy out someone's whole art show once? Ginger asked, summoning up a vague memory from her time at university when Ariadne told a class the story. Some 19-year-old who became an international sensation in like a month. Claire nodded, subtly nudging Ginger a few steps over so she could see another woman. That 19-year-old is Bernadette Frisk, although she's done a lot in the last 9 years. She was already turning heads before she graduated. Then, Madeleine bought every single one of her pieces from a gallery show she was part of. They're all worth millions now, of course. After that, she studied under Ariadne for a few years. Speaking of which, I think she wants to show me off, Ginger muttered as Ariadne spotted her in the shadows and waved her over. Thank you for giving me a head start on the names. You'll be fine, Claire whispered with a wink as Ginger left her side. Just don't make eye contact, especially with Madeleine. She can sense fear. Ginger couldn't help but get the feeling that, although delivered in a light-hearted way, Claire was very serious about it indeed. Trying to project a sense of confidence that she didn't entirely feel, Ginger approached the buffet table where Ariadne was gathered with Melinda, Madeleine, Bernadette, and 2 unknown men. This is the saviour of the event, and a former student of mine, Ginger Burnet. Ariadne hooked her arm through Ginger's, effectively locking her in place. Although I can't take any credit for her culinary skills. She so very kindly agreed to step in to provide us with all this delicious edible art when our former caterer wasn't able to attend. Such an intriguing concept with the cake, said one of the men, adjusting his thick-rimmed black glasses as he leaned forward to examine it. Like a Pollock painting meeting one of Damien Hirst's aspic nightmares. You don't have to name-drop around us, Geoffrey, Bernadette said with a sharp sigh. We're all already painfully aware that you're an art critic. So, put the performance away for now." Ginger blinked, trying to conceal her surprise at Bernadette's acerbic tone. Weren't these people all friends? "Geoffrey lives his performance day in, day out," David commented cheerfully, sweeping into the sudden tension with a tray bearing several champagne flutes filled with a blood-red liquid. "Perhaps a few of these pomegranate bellinis will help you relax a little, Jeff, HM." "Maybe they'll help Bernadette relax," muttered the other man, a younger, dark-haired individual with bright blue eyes. "Save us all in the process." "My ears are working just fine, Francis," Bernadette replied, flicking him a sardonic look with eyes the same shade as broken green glass. "Although I wish they weren't if you're planning on stage whispering snide little comments all evening." Ginger glanced between the two, immediately sensing tension in the flat smiles and cold body language. She was sure that there was a history between Bernadette and Francis. What that history consisted of, Ginger had no idea. "Oh, do shut up, both of you," Madeline snapped, draining half of her glass in one gulp. "If I wanted catty squabbling, I'd invite all 3 of my ex-husbands over for dinner." "No one will be squabbling," David said, appearing again with a single glass. "This tent and this island are magical. No ill will or bad energy or old grudges are allowed. There is only art and love and celebration. Here is your non-alcoholic version of tonight's cocktail, darling Sophia." "Thank you," the girl replied in a soft and smoky American accent, taking the drink. "Although I still think it's nonsense that Mama isn't letting me drink, even though the legal age here is 18, especially since I'm 21 in, a month. If you want that US trust fund your father left for you, Sweet Pea, then you follow US laws," Madeline said, taking another drink. "Now, did I hear correctly that you have an original piece by the recluse killer upstairs? A waistcoat, I believe." At the name, Ginger couldn't help digging her nails into her palm. She was, unfortunately, familiar with the recluse killer, a famous serial killer from the early 2000s. Not only had a copycat of his nearly murdered her on her own front lawn, but she'd also experienced a direct video call with the man himself. She still occasionally woke up in the night in a cold sweat, remembering how cold and flat his eyes were. "We do indeed," David said, his voice yanking Ginger from her dark memories. "It's an incredible piece of embroidery. Why don't you let me mix you another drink, and then I'll take you to see it?" "Maybe you could take Ginger with you," Ariadne suggested lightly, arm hooked possessively around David's waist, leaning in conspiratorially to Madeline. "You know, Ginger's hometown was the place targeted by that recluse killer copycat that popped up last summer." For a moment, the words didn't fully register. Then, when they did, Ginger felt as if she'd had ice water dumped over her head. All eyes of the group latched onto her like teeth. Ginger resisted the urge to cross her arms over her torso in some subconscious, primal effort to protect her internal organs. Had Reese been right all along? Was she here to be put on display for these people who had seen everything? An appetizer for the food? "That's so terrible," Geoffrey said in a tone that held more curiosity than sympathy, his thin lips twitching as he cocked his head. "Did you know any of the victims? Oh, did you find any of the bodies?" "I'd rather not talk about it, actually," Ginger said, trying to subtly back away toward the buffet. "I think I need to do a few things in the kitchen, so if you'll excuse me." "I'm actually in the process of writing a book. Well, it's more of just a book proposal at the moment, about how art and death are all interconnected in our modern society," Geoffrey continued as if she hadn't said anything. "Maybe I should tie in some chapters about how serial killers who have copycats are a kind of twisted art movement. I'd love to ask you a few more questions about it." She said she'd rather not talk about it. As if from nowhere, Adrian materialised by her shoulder, holding out a drink of water for her. "And since she has one of the most important roles of the evening, providing us with our meal, I'd suggest not harassing Miss Burnet." "Or You never know what she might slip into your food, Jeff, Bernadette whispered loudly as she drifted away from the group, wandering toward the open doors. Ginger winced. She'd already been accused of poisoning someone once, and that was more than enough for a lifetime. There was no chance she was going to mess with anyone's food, even Jeffrey's. The little group fragmented, leaving Ginger standing by the buffet with Adrian. "Thank you," she said stiffly after a long moment or two of uncomfortable silence. "I appreciate you asking Jeffrey to back off." "Not at all," Adrian said, slowly swirling what looked like a glass of whiskey. "You'll learn how to do it yourself by the end of tonight, but I thought there was no harm in giving you an example." Ginger nodded, trying to stave off a sudden wave of exhaustion. She felt betrayed by Ariadne, a magical night of entertainment now stretched out before her as many grueling hours of being treated like a zoo exhibit. "I've got a few things I need to attend to in the kitchen," Ginger said, gesturing in the direction of the tunnel exit. "Excuse me, please?" "Hurry back," Adrian said, then nodded toward the open door. "I suspect we might be in for some rain. David will be furious, but that will mean we'll have plenty of time for the buffet." Hurrying back into the kitchen, Ginger busied herself with nothing for a good 20 minutes or so. Checking the extra food in the fridge, polishing silverware, and fussing with how the utensils were arranged. Soon enough, however, the air in the makeshift kitchen began to feel oppressively warm, and she decided a walk before food was served wasn't such a bad idea. If Adrian was right and they were due rain, this would be her only chance to see the art pieces. As Ginger stepped out of the marquee, she could see that the sky wasn't only darkening because of the encroaching night. Clouds, thick and heavy with rain, were rolling in over the horizon like boulders. "Better make this quick," she muttered to herself, following the glowing trail of light that led off into the trees. "Might as well see a few of the pieces before it gets rained off." Mindful of the time, Ginger walked quickly. Initially, she tried to find some signal as she wandered the island, wishing she could call Reese, but she quickly gave up and instead took in the art. She wished she had the time to stop and appreciate each of the incredible sculptures and installations that she passed, but already the air smelled like a storm. A loud crack in the distance made her startle and then freeze in the darkness of the woods. A moment later came the rumble of thunder, seeming to come up from the ground itself. "Definitely time to get back to the marquee," Ginger whispered, hoping that the brightly lit clearing she could see up ahead contained the marquee. When she stepped out into the open space, she was met with quite a different sight. The large stone sculpture that had previously been balanced on a plinth, lit from below by precisely placed spotlights, now lay on the ground, cracked in two. Far more horrifying than that, however, was the set of legs Ginger could see sticking out from under the sculpture. From the size of the sculpture and the amount of blood staining the stone, there was no chance that whoever was underneath was alive. Ginger looked on, sick to her stomach. Which member of the party was dead? Chapter 8. As if someone had opened a dam in the sky above, the rain began to lash down as Ginger rushed back to the marquee. Raindrops pounded on her shoulders and the top of her head, heavy and insistent. Although the lights lining the path still glimmered, it no longer looked like a fairy path. It was more like a twisting, turning runway of flickering flame. Several times she slipped on wet spruce needles and went sprawling, but she dragged herself to her feet again, rushing on through the trees until the marquee rose up, glowing from within. The fabric fluttered fitfully in the sudden change of weather, as if trying to escape from the frame and fly away. With help now in sight, Ginger slowed, her mind racing. How did she break news like this? She didn't want to cause panic, but the situation was serious. She didn't even know for certain who was crushed under the sculpture. All 3 sets of doors were now closed, and Ginger struggled to get a grip with her wet, muddy hands. Finally, the door opened, slamming open as a strong gust of wind chased her inside. The chandelier rattled softly, the glass droplets shivering. Ginger? David immediately clambered to his feet from where he had been reclined on one of the sofas. "You poor thing, you're soaked to the bone." "I need to talk to you," Ginger said in a low voice as soon as he drew close enough to hear her. "Both you and Ariadne, in the kitchen. Now." David must have seen something in her expression that suggested asking questions was not a good idea right now. Instead, he just nodded stiffly, tensing his jaw. "You head into the kitchen and try to warm up," he said, patting her dripping wet shoulder. "I'll get Ari and join you in a moment. Shall I bring Claire as well?" Ginger nodded. She helped organise the event. We'll probably need her. "Everything all right?" It was Adrian who had approached in his usual soft-footed way. "Dear girl, you're soaked to the bone. Here." Setting down his drink, he slipped out of the navy blazer he had layered over a striped turtleneck sweater, draping the jacket around her shoulders despite her protests. "I'm going to ruin the lining," she insisted, but he only shrugged. "Nothing a visit to the dry cleaner won't fix." He gave her a slow look up and down, but not in a way that felt objectifying. To Ginger, it felt more like he was scanning her for something. What exactly that was, she wasn't sure until he nodded, apparently satisfied, and picked up his drink again. "You look a bit bashed about, but nothing too bad. I take it the rain caught you out?" he asked just as David returned with Ariadne. "It most certainly did," Ginger said quickly, backing away toward the exit to the kitchen. "So, I'm going to go change and chat to our hosts for a moment." Adrian winked, looking between the trio. "Enjoy yourselves, but don't take too long. I'm eager to be introduced to your culinary masterpieces, Miss Burnet." Ginger watched, puzzled, as Adrian strolled away to join the other guests. Everyone was looking in her direction, whispering among themselves as they lounged on the sofas and piles of cushions. Madeline tapped Adrian on the hip, jerking her chin toward Ginger as she said something. He seemed to give some kind of explanation for her state, gesturing vaguely to the outdoors. Bernadette sniggered quietly into her glass of wine. Not wanting to stay out as a subject of scrutiny, Ginger hurried to the kitchen in the cabin. The plastic tunnel pulsed and twisted, assaulted by the rain crashing down. "I couldn't find Claire," David said as soon as they were in the kitchen. "What on earth is wrong, Ginger?" She leaned back against one of the silver worktops, clutching at the lapels of Adrian's jacket to pull it closer around her. Despite the warmth of the kitchen, Ginger suddenly found herself shivering violently. "One of the sculptures out in the woods has come off its plinth," she said slowly, "broken in a few places." David slammed a fist down on the table, the sound and action so unexpected that both Ginger and Ariadne startled. "As if this storm ruining everything isn't bad enough," he snapped, spewing out a flash of frustrated Spanish. "Is it the one in the clearing, the large stone infinity loop with all the different animals and weather patterns?" Ginger nodded and he swore, spinning away to pace the kitchen. Ariadne pressed a hand to her mouth, visibly distressed. Ginger could see that despite his actions around the party guests, David was in fact seething with frustration. It was to be expected. The installation he'd spent so much time and effort on was now practically unviewable. There was no way he could know that things were about to get infinitely worse. "To think how many journeys that piece has taken," Ariadne said, tears in her voice. "I carved that in Morocco. It's been to Germany, Egypt, Ireland, even that protest show we did on the Russian border. It's so sad that its life has ended here." "It gets worse," Ginger said, the words sticking in her throat like pebbles. Someone was standing by it when it fell. They got hit. Well, it's more like crushed. Someone got crushed under it." Horror washed across both of their faces in tandem. "Who?" Ariadne asked, clasping her shaking hands together. "Oh, David, it can only be someone we invited. We've killed one of our friends." "Oh, who have we killed?" Pressing her hands to her eyes, Ariadne began to weep. David tried to comfort her, placing an arm around her shoulders, but Ginger could see his own distress growing by the second. "The only person I haven't seen in the last hour is Claire," he said tightly, tears starting to bead on his lashes. "I pray that it's not her, that it's not our girl under there. I would rather some stranger snuck onto the island planning to steal the art or murder us all than have our girl taken from us like this." "We have to go and find her," Ariadne said, her agitation turning into fidgeting. She was unable to stay still, wringing her hands and tugging at her dress as she fluttered around the kitchen like a blackbird with a broken wing. "David, we have to go out there and find her. We can't leave her out there in the rain all alone. She was always so scared of being alone during storms, remember? She would always sleep between us, trying to hide from the noise." "We will go and find her," David said, holding his wife's face in his hands. "If it is her, I pray it isn't. But whoever it is, we can't leave them in the rain, and we can't let anyone else in the party know what happened until we know for sure ourselves. We don't want to cause panic." Ariadne nodded, wiping at her tears and smudging her makeup. "Ginger, why don't you start serving the food? You and I can keep everyone's attention while David goes out to—" "Look, I can do that," Ginger said, trying to stop herself from shivering. "But I don't think David will be able to do it alone. We need to tell someone. Maybe Adrian, or that guy Bernadette was snapping at. Francis or something." She trailed off awkwardly. "I was just thinking you'd need someone who can help lift the sculpture." David nodded slowly, a pained seriousness on his face. "Letting Adrian know might be a good idea. He's got a level head." He was cut off by a screaming commotion from the main marquee. Immediately, all three of them rushed out of the kitchen, emerging into the tent to find everyone gathered around a shaking, sobbing Sophia, who was collapsed on the floor. The girl was dripping wet, her long braids flicking water as she shook her head in a frenzy of emotion. "She's dead!" she wailed, clutching at her mother. "Claire is dead!" Chapter 9. "What on earth is going on?" Madeline demanded, clutching her daughter to her chest. "Dead? What do you mean, dead?" Ginger was certain that if the woman had hackles, she would have them raised. As it was, she bared her teeth in a grimace, and she was staring around at the group as if they had each personally harmed Sophia. "The sculpture fell on her," Sophia whispered, eyes wide and filled with tears. "Something must have come loose or gone wrong, and it fell on her." "What does she mean Claire is dead?" Geoffrey asked, hands spread wide in a questioning stance, his small mouth screwed up into a pout of confusion. "Who even is Claire?" Ariadne had to stifle a sob, turning away. David's expression turned momentarily murderous. "I know you're a thoughtless donkey, Jeff, but you don't have to prove it every time you open your mouth," Francis snapped, looking around the marquee nervously as the walls rippled and shook with the force of the storm outside. Geoffrey gasped, offended. "I'm only asking what everyone else is thinking," he protested, eyes narrowing in contempt. "At least I have the courage to think original thoughts, rather than being a derivative copycat like some people." By some people, it was clear he meant Francis. For the first time since she'd met him, Ginger saw the rather flat, plain mask of polite disinterest slip just a little on Francis's face. Geoffrey's comment had needled at something raw and infected with resentment, and Ginger was genuinely surprised that he didn't spit back some seething words at the snobbish art critic. "If someone is injured or, as Sophia seems to think, is dead, then we need to contact the authorities immediately," Adrian said, speaking directly to David across the bickering room. "Can we radio for help? And I'm sorry to say it, old friend, but getting everyone off this island might be a good move." Lightning crackled outside, followed by an earth-shaking roll of thunder. "I'm not getting any signal," Bernadette said, holding up her phone. "The storm must be messing with any signal that might be out here." "What's about the radio?" Ginger asked. I think Claire might have had the main one, but there's also one in the kitchen. Go and get it, David said with a grim nod, taking his jacket off. Adrian and Francis, you're coming with me. We need to go and find Claire. Ginger said she's out at the Infinity Loop. Wait! Geoffrey cocked his head. Why would Ginger know such a thing? Not for the first time that evening, the weight of all eyes landed on Ginger, much to her discomfort. Not that it changes anything, but Ginger found Claire just before the storm broke, David said, rubbing a hand over his face. She was just telling us the details when Sophia arrived. I didn't want to frighten anyone, Ginger said softly, sidling behind the buffet table, as if to use it as a shield. So, I just told David and Ariadne rather than the room. Are you calling my daughter thoughtless? Madeline demanded, getting to her feet, face tight with fear, hiding behind rage. Ginger gulped, darted her gaze over to David for some support. I didn't mean that at all. Quite frankly, I find it more concerning that you didn't react the way my daughter did, Madeline continued in a tirade. You apparently find a human body, yet maintain enough composure to come strolling in and quietly take aside our hosts. I guess people react differently when finding dead bodies is a regular occurrence, Geoffrey murmured, hand half covering his mouth, eyes flicking around the group with the expression of a devious child who had a secret. Ginger's heart sank to her stomach like a ship going down at sea. Mama, leave it, Sophia said from where she was curled on one of the sofas. Please just leave her alone. She didn't do anything. But Madeline only gathered speed, like a wave approaching the shore. I want off this island immediately, she snapped, waving a finger in Ariadne's face. If this insane island gallery of yours has already killed one person, then who says that the rest of us aren't at risk? Lightning could hit the marquee's metal frame. Another of your art pieces could fly loose and hit us. We might... You're not helping, Maddie, Ariadne snapped. You think I'm not swimming in guilt already? My husband is about to head off into the dark to retrieve our lover's body. I don't need you to be scaremongering about hypothetical problems. Needing to escape the arguing, Ginger hurried back into the kitchen in search of the extra radio. In the relative quiet of the kitchen, with only the rain pounding on the roof of the kitchen cabin, she tried to catch her breath. This is pure madness, she whispered, resting her forehead on the cold metal worktop. It was just supposed to be a birthday party. It was supposed to be fun. Although she knew it was likely pointless, she still pulled out her phone and tried in vain to search for some signal. Quickly giving it up as an option, she next tried the radio, attempting to tune into any channel that could bring help. But she was met with nothing but static. Hopefully, someone will know how to use this thing better than I do, Ginger muttered as she hurried back along the tunnel into the main marquee. However, as soon as she stepped inside, something in the atmosphere felt wrong. David and Adrian were gone, but Ariadne was pacing in the corner by the buffet table. Her posture was tight and angry, arms crossed tightly over her stomach. Even stranger was how everyone else was gathered around one of the seating nooks. Geoffrey appeared to be holding court, his arms crossed over his narrow chest. What's going on? Ginger asked, slowly drifting towards Ariadne, glancing back at the group of strangers levying a look of suspicion in her direction. Ariadne sighed, her posture sagging as if her bones were plaster casts being melted with water. Geoffrey, the meddling gossip that he is, apparently knows your name from some interesting situations over the last couple of years. The murder investigation kind of situations. I'd guessed that much, Ginger muttered, holding out the radio. Can you get this to work? Ariadne took it, looking helpless. I don't know. I've never had to use it before, really. That kind of thing I mostly left to David and to Claire. Ginger felt a prickle of irritation at Ariadne's helplessness that she tried to repress. Well, can you figure it out then? And maybe also stop your friend from spreading misinformation about me? It's not going to help anyone. They're just trying to distract themselves with gossip, Ariadne said dismissively, making no move to take the radio and continuing to pace around the table, still filled with untouched food. Nothing will come of it. In my experience, Ginger said tightly, keeping her voice low, plenty will come of gossip. And if it does, I would say that you are guilty of opening that floodgate. At this, Ariadne finally stopped, looking back at Ginger in confusion. Me? You were the one who so gleefully introduced the fact that my hometown survived a serial killer like you were bringing up a village fate, Ginger replied, facing Ariadne across the buffet table. Some part of her knew this wasn't the time for this discussion, but she could feel a different kind of panic rising in her chest. It was a panic not related to Claire's death. It had nothing to do with the storm. It was because she knew the looks that the guests were giving her. Suspicion, twisted curiosity, assumptions growing by the moment. I only mentioned it because of the recluse killer waistcoat, Ariadne protested. It was just an offhand comment. About something deeply traumatic, Ginger pointed out, frustrated. You think I want to relive that experience, even in passing, for the amusement of your guests? An experience very similar to what you're going through right now. At this, Ariadne blanched, pressing a hand to her mouth. Ari, darling, what is she saying to you? Geoffrey materialised by the buffet table, slipping a spindly arm around Ariadne's shoulders. We're right here, don't worry. We were actually having a private conversation, Ginger said, forcing her tone to be calm and polite. So, if you'd allow us some privacy, I'd appreciate it. Geoffrey ran his gaze from the top of her head to the tips of her muddy shoes. Even if she hadn't known already that he was an art critic, Ginger would have guessed that this was someone who used their opinion to assess, critique, and dissect things for a living. She became hyper-aware of her every cut, scrape, flaw, and fault. Are you truly surprised that I am concerned for my friend? He asked, lip curling into a slight sneer. You have the audacity to stand there in your filthy dress and straggly hair, giving me attitude about wanting to ensure you're not threatening Ariadne. Threatening her? Ginger almost laughed at the absurdity, until she saw that the rest of the guests were beginning to gather in a loose circle. She's not threatening me, Ariadne said weakly, trying to diffuse the situation. Whether she's actively threatening anyone or not, you can't argue that with her history. She's a risk, Madeline pointed out, glancing back to where Sophia had remained on the sofa. By history, I assume you mean whatever half-baked gossip someone could remember from the tabloids? Ginger asked. Her shoulders were tensing, her fight-or-flight instinct kicking in. What I mean is that you have been connected to several murders over the past few years, and now, suddenly, you've only been on this island for a few hours and one of the guests is dead. Geoffrey snapped, clearly taking her criticism to heart. For all we know, Ari, she might be another copycat of that serial killer. Maybe seeing it all up close and personal triggered something in her psyche. Ginger barked a laugh at the ridiculousness of his words. Having been face to face with a serial killer, doing your theorising in front of them is not the wisest move. Geoffrey took a dramatic step back, pulling a confused, weeping Ariadne with him. Was that a threat? Ginger rolled her eyes. No, it wasn't a threat, you ridiculous little man. I second that sentiment. Bernadette, a glass of wine still in hand, circled around the group until she was closer to Ginger. Jeff, Maddie, you're both being hysterical. The only reason I agree with your idea to shut Ginger in the kitchen cabin until we get the police here is to save her from your nonsense. Shut me in the kitchen cabin. Despite her apparent allyship, Ginger still took a step away from Bernadette, heart pounding in her chest with fear. You're all out of your minds. Please, just do it, Ginny, Ariadne begged in a whisper. It will keep you safe and put everyone's mind at ease. For a long moment, Ginger stared at her old mentor, feeling a decade's worth of respect curdle like sour milk in her stomach. "You're really going to do nothing to protect me?" she asked quietly. "You're going to choose their paranoia over common sense and my word?" Ariadne said nothing in reply, instead walking away from the whole group, limply fussing with the radio in her hand. It was Bernadette who walked Ginger to the kitchen cabin, shadowed by a smug and self-satisfied Geoffrey. "I really am sorry about this," Bernadette said quietly as she began to close the door. "For what it's worth, I don't think you've done anything to anyone, here or in those other cases. But I can't vouch for you loud enough to convince them, especially if Ari isn't stepping up." She shrugged, the motion stiff and uncomfortable. "Just the wrong place and wrong time, I guess. For you and for Claire." Ginger caught the young artist's eye, desperately trying to convey the seriousness of the situation. "You do understand that if someone killed Claire, and it wasn't an accident, then that person is still on the island, right? Because I didn't do anything. The person who did might be in the woods or even in the marquee already?" Bernadette nodded slowly, but began to swing the door closed anyway. "The irony is, Ginger, that I think you're the only person on this island who isn't capable of murder. But all of us out there, we at least know the threat we pose to one another." She gave a strange smile, sharp like glass. "Like I said, shutting you in here is more to keep you safe from them than the other way around." The door thunk shut with a heavy metal sound, and Ginger was left in the kitchen, alone. All at once, it was as if all the bones in her legs gave out, and she slid to the floor, her back pressed against one of the fridges. Silently, she reached up to grab a bowl of vanilla whipped cream off the worktop, followed by a tray of extra caramel apple roses. Not even bothering with a spoon, she began to eat straight out of the bowl, using the caramel apple to scoop up the cream. "What the heck just happened?" she whispered to the empty kitchen. The fridges hummed, the rain hammered on the roof, and neither gave her an answer. Chapter 10. Several hours passed. The rain continued, scaring off the evening and ushering in the night. Ginger nibbled on the various foods in the kitchen until she eventually fell asleep, leaning against the warm side of one of the fridges. There was still no phone signal, and no one from the marquee came to check on her. So, when the front door of the cabin opened with a wheezing squeal, the noise shook Ginger from her restless sleep. "Ginny?" The voice was David's. Quickly, she scrambled to her feet, not sure what kind of reception she was going to receive. More suspicion and accusations. Several people were gathered outside the door of the kitchen cabin. A pale and visibly regretful Ariadne huddled behind David, who was flanked by Bernadette. Behind her was a damp and dishevelled Adrian Walker. "What is it?" Ginger asked, not even attempting to conceal the caution in her voice. "What's happened now?" David sighed, seeming to deflate as he did so. "Will you come to the marquee? It's warmer in there and you can be more comfortable while we explain." Ginger didn't like the way he'd avoided her question. "I'm not going back into that marquee until I get an explanation," she said, folding her arms firmly across her chest. "Since it's clear that most people in that tent are running off hysteria and mob mentality, I'd rather know what I'm walking into before I go anywhere." "I'm so sorry about that, Ginger," Ariadne said softly. Her hair had come free of its elegant updo to hang in limp, anemic curls around her face. There was just so much happening all at once, and everyone was talking, and all I could think of was Claire and we were jackasses, Bernadette said flatly. "Even though I'm sure you can understand why we panicked and lashed out, it still doesn't redeem the fact that we took 2 scraps of gossip from Geoffrey and considered that enough of a reason to lock you in here." Ginger looked at David and Adrian's grim expressions and noted that both of them were still dripping with rainwater. More curious was the fact that Bernadette's blue cashmere sweater was also soaked. That would suggest that all three had been out in the rain recently, despite the fact that David and Adrian must have returned from the broken sculpture with Claire hours ago. Someone else died, didn't they? She guessed, carefully watching each of the faces for any reaction. Across each was a momentary flicker of surprise, then fear, then guilt. Well, each except for Adrian, who preserved a perfect poker face like the actor that he was. "Yes," David said eventually, wiping a trailing drop of water off his jaw. "Will you please come with us to the marquee now? We need to talk." "What he's doing a terrible job of saying is that we need your help, Miss Burnet," Adrian said bluntly, his hands shoved into his pockets. "There's no signal on the radio. We might lose the generators at any minute. The death count is currently at 2. None of us have faced anything like this before in our lives. We need you." Ginger looked between each of the people before her, wondering if Adrian's speech was true for all of them. Part of her hated that she was being characterized by these people and was helpless to stop it. However, as much as she disliked being put into the role of de facto expert on mysterious deaths, she preferred it to being locked away as a suspect. "Fine," she said, uncrossing her arms with a sigh. "Fine, I'll help you. But any more mob mentality, especially any led by Jeffrey and his sketchy knowledge of tabloid headlines, and you're on your own." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Remind me why we're asking her for help?" Jeffrey asked in a huff as Ginger settled back on one of the sofas. "Because, as much as I don't like the fact, I've been in situations like this more than the average person," Ginger said briskly. "I've survived a murder house, being hit over the head with a shovel and stuffed in a basement, been held at gunpoint in a burning house, narrowly avoided a hit and run, escaped a killer who was going to lock me in a freezer, and I have gone toe-to-toe with a serial killer. At this point, I might as well embrace the fact that I keep stumbling into these kinds of cases." "Good grief," Adrian muttered, crossing to the small bar to pour himself another tumbler of scotch. "I suppose it's safe to say that you're not an ordinary baker in the slightest." "Not even a little bit ordinary," Ginger replied, looking at each of the faces surrounding her, hoping that she sounded far more confident than she felt. "But you were all very quick to lock me away a few hours ago, convinced that I had something to do with Claire's death. So, what changed in those few hours? I suspect I already know, but someone please get me up to speed." The group all looked at one another, no one quite sure who was going to speak. That was, until Madeline drained her glass and set it down on a side table with more force than was necessary, then leaned forward to look Ginger in the eye. "First off," she said, elbows resting on her knees, "I am not apologising for a single thing I said or did earlier. I acted in what I considered the best interests of myself and my daughter at the time, which I refuse to regret no matter what snooty guilt trip you might try to pull on us, okay?" "Maddie," David said in a warning tone, but the woman held up a hand, sharply cutting him off. "Second of all," she continued, her eye contact unwavering, "I am too smart to stick to an opinion or belief that has clearly been disproved. You don't create progress or do good business by clinging to outdated information. So, I can wholeheartedly say that I bear you no ill will or suspicion, but that I will be waiting for you to prove yourself here, before I become a vocal supporter of your ideas." Ginger blinked several times as Madeline sat back in her chair. Her gaze had been so intense and entirely consuming that Ginger had felt sucked in, as if it was some kind of tractor beam. After that experience, it was easy to understand how Madeline Oberon had commanded a boardroom and a company for so many years. "Thank you for that wonderful and utterly uninformative speech," Adrian said dryly. "Now, perhaps David, Bernadette, and I should give some details." "Starting simple," Doveide said, holding up the radio. "I can't get a signal or find any channels to call for help. If I were to hazard a guess, I'd say the storm has damaged or broken some part of our broadcasting equipment. So, no help will be coming tonight, and no one but us here knows what is going on. Slightly less simple, Bernadette said, rubbing her eyes, is that we now have a body count of 2, Claire and also Francis. Francis? Ginger frowned, struggling to recall more than a vague sense of the dark-haired, blue-eyed man she'd briefly met. What happened to him? The 4 of us, myself, David, Bernadette, and Francis, went out to deal with power being supplied to the various art pieces, Adrian said, swirling the scotch in his glass. I had weatherproofed all the electrics, of course, David said, jumping in, but the sheer force of the storm was making me nervous about water leaking through. The last thing I want to do is explode a generator or accidentally electrify portions of wet ground. So, we went to check everything and turn it off at each exhibit, in the middle of a storm, when we could barely see, instead of just turning off the generator, Bernadette added dryly, her tone indicating that she had likely argued against these points of action previously. And we didn't do that because the generator is also powering parts of the marquee, the kitchen, and the lights down to the dock, David said between gritted teeth. Anyway, Adrian said pointedly, cutting off the argument before it could flare up again. 4 of us went out, splitting up to cover more ground. The 3 of us returned eventually, but there was no sign of Francis. So, we went out to search for him, David said. We thought he'd maybe just got lost in the dark. But he wasn't lost, Bernadette said, staring blankly at one of the imitation candles flickering in a wall sconce. He was swinging from a tree via a power cord around his neck. Still is, I imagine. It was too high and the weather was too wild for us to get him down. Ginger closed her eyes, forcing herself not to picture the image. The poor guy. And since you were secured elsewhere, Geoffrey said as casually as he could, as the person who had led the charge against her, it seemed reasonable that you weren't to blame for that tragedy. Ariadne, in her miserable, dishevelled state, knelt down beside Ginger and carefully took her hand. I'm so sorry that I did not protect you, she said, the words almost inaudible, just as I did not protect Claire or Francis. If there is someone out there killing people on this island, I need your help. We need your help. Please. You know, I'm not the police, right? Ginger said, looking around the group. I have no training or formal skills. I'm just a baker. A very lucky baker. David joined his wife on his knees in front of Ginger, to her slight discomfort. It felt wrong to have them prostrated in front of her in such a way. Well, he said with a pained, sad smile that couldn't quite make it into his dark eyes. If all those things you said you've survived are true, then it seems to be serving you quite adequately. Perhaps they will help us all survive the night. Ginger placed her spare hand on his, looking at each of her mentors. Right now, they didn't seem like the irreplaceable paragons of success and elegance that she'd viewed them as only a few hours ago. They were just people. Scared, grieving people. Of course I'll help, she said gently. We'll all make it through the night. Chapter 11. How can you be so sure? Madeline asked. She was seated beside her daughter Sophia, who was nervously flicking through her phone despite the complete lack of signal. You shouldn't make promises that you can't keep. You're right, Ginger admitted with a shrug. Honestly, I can't make any guarantees. But I can maybe be a voice of calmer reason, led by a little experience. For instance, we should all remain here in the marquee as a group until the morning if possible. That way, if there's someone out there on the island killing people, we won't get split up and be isolated. And if it's someone in here who is doing the killings, then we'll all be able to keep eyes on one another. You really think it's someone here? Sophia asked. It was practically the first time Ginger had heard her speak. Definitely the first time since the young woman had come crashing into the marquee after finding Claire's body. It's something worth considering, Ginger said carefully. Look, I'm fully aware that I'm the outsider here. You're all friends or have a history with one another or just know one another through Ariadne and David. I'm just some random ex-student of theirs who was brought in to do the catering. However, she took a breath, catching the edge of Madeline's intense stare again. It also means I have some level of external perspective. You mean it's easier for you to judge us because you don't have any emotional connection? Geoffrey asked. His pose was languid, but his tone had a nasty twist to it. From the several glasses piled on the table beside the armchair he was sprawled in, Ginger got the sense that the art critic had been drowning his fears in alcohol for the past several hours. What? He asked, trying to sit upright but failing, his thick black glasses sliding down his nose. I make my living being brutally critical of people's deepest, most vulnerable artistic endeavours. You think I wasn't going to spot that in you? What I think, Ginger said flatly, is that you're projecting your own feelings and opinions onto me. I'm not judging anyone. I am suggesting a precaution. A very reasonable and sensible one, Ariadne added. I agree, it's safer for any number of reasons for us all to stay together here in the marquee, all in the same room. Just a thought, Madeline said, addressing the room. While I agree with the proposed idea, what if the danger is already past? For all we know, what happened to Claire was an accident. Francis could have chosen to take his own life. Or perhaps he killed Claire and then couldn't take the guilt. Took himself out of the equation. Maybe don't be quite so casual talking about people who were alive when it was still daylight, Sophia said, a sharp edge to her smoky smooth voice that hadn't been there previously. Really, Mama, do you hear yourself sometimes? Ari and David just lost a partner in their relationship. At this, David pulled his wife closer, the two locking together for a moment of mourning. And sure, Sophia continued, waving a hand toward the raging storm outside, Francis was weird and kind of intense, but it's a bit much to jump straight to the thought that he either killed himself or killed Claire and then himself. I can't comment on the tragedy that happened to Claire, Bernadette said, pausing the caged tiger-like pacing she was doing up and down in front of the rippling plastic windows that lined one wall of the marquee. But I wouldn't write off the idea that Francis finally snapped one way or the other. Just because he accused you of plagiarism nearly a decade ago doesn't mean you're the expert on the man's mental state, Geoffrey slurred. Bernadette glared at the critic, but he only rolled his eyes and poured another glass of wine. Plagiarism? Ginger asked slowly, looking around the group. I'm not familiar with the incident. Can someone explain? Part of her was genuinely curious to peel back another layer of this group's strangely tangled connection, but she was also just glad to be talking about anything other than accusations and murder. It was in the final year of my degree, Bernadette said, her speech patterns almost immediately slipping into a script-like formula, suggesting she told this story many, many times over. As you know, since I think you did the same or a similar degree, you have a final project, your dissertation piece that you then write an essay about. Often derivative drivel, Geoffrey muttered into a glass. I go to the end of year shows every year just in case I see someone worth following in their career, but even anyone decent is usually a few years from producing anything of note. No one cares right now, Jeff, Sophia said, rubbing her eyes wearily, smearing her makeup. So, I produced my final piece, Bernadette continued, starting to really get into the story. Still to date, one of the best canvases I've ever produced. It was the one that got you a gallery show, and the gallery show was how I found you, Madeline said, holding her glass up as Adrian wandered over with a crystal decanter of scotch. Fill it all the way up, thank you, dear. Only I turned the project in, and Francis, who was on the degree with me, has the nerve to say I stole the idea, composition, essay topic, everything from him. Bernadette threw her arms wide, her slight intoxication clearly bringing her deep sources of resentment to the surface. The two pieces looked nothing alike, and mine was far better in every possible sense. But no, he had to screech and whine and yowl like an entitled jackass and get the thing dragged through review 3 times. After that, the university all but told him to beat it and to stop causing problems. Francis had his problems, Ariadne said, her brow furrowed, and he wasn't the easiest student, both to teach and communicate with. But he burned for his art. He just hadn't quite found his medium yet. Or his talent, Geoffrey said with a harsh snort of laughter. I honestly have no idea why you kept in contact with him, Ari. He was mediocre at best. He was a difficult person to remove from your social circle without him getting awkward about it, David said, looking as if the words tasted bad as he said them. Well, someone figured out how to remove him from their social circle, muttered Geoffrey before choking on his own drunken laughter. Ginger winced, her dislike for the critic solidifying swiftly at the poor taste of his comments. Considering the poor lad is still swinging in the wind, Adrian said gruffly, yanking the wineglass out of Geoffrey's hand, why don't we show a bit of respect for the dead and stop batting around how they ended up that way? Has anyone eaten yet? Ginger asked, looking back at the buffet table to see a few platters had been picked over, but that not much food had gone. Please do eat. I think everyone could do with something other than alcohol in their stomachs. After a moment or two of muttering, everyone but Ariadne drifted over to the buffet table and began to load up plates. I feel terrible after all the work you put into it, Ginger, Ariadne said, pressing a hand to her stomach, but I just don't feel like eating anything. It feels so wrong to do something so trivial and to eat such wonderful food when Claire and Francis are... She couldn't finish the thought, instead looking away. I know, Ginger said gently. I know it feels like there's a deep, gaping abyss of pain where your stomach used to be, but you need food. You need to be able to stay strong and keep your thoughts sharp and to soak up some of that alcohol. How about a piece of cake? Slowly, Ariadne nodded. It feels wrong to eat a celebratory cake at a time like this, but I think I could keep a piece of it down. I'll go and get you a slice now, Ginger offered, heart breaking at the lost, empty look on her mentor's face. As everyone took their food and began to eat, Ginger took the cake slicer from its place on the table and sized up the cake. The first cut into a cake always felt strangely important, she thought. It was the moment the thing transformed from art into food. In some ways, it felt almost like a sacrifice. Perhaps that was why she always wanted the first cut to be good. She wanted the sacrifice to be a worthy one. The slicer sank into the jelly, then into the moist, firm flesh of the sponge. Down through the fluffy cream filling, holding the tears together, then down and down until she hit the solid bone of the plate. Pausing for a moment, Ginger weighed the quality of the cut in her mind. Yes, it had been a good one. She repeated the motion, lifting out the slice of cake and placing it on a plate. One action at a time, one after another. Right here and now, it was all she could do. Chapter 12. The trays on the buffet table were swiftly relieved of their loads. Initially, the group picked over the food, but soon all were eating heartily. It was as if, after a traumatic evening, everyone suddenly realised just how hungry they were. Plates were soon piled high with fish cakes, brandy snaps, salads, bite-sized beef Wellingtons, smoked mackerel pâté, cherry meringue tartlets, mini butternut squash samosas, generous slices of the jelly-topped birthday cake, and so much more. Ginger hung back from filling her own plate, and not just because she'd snacked on the extras in the kitchen. The feeling she had watching the party guests enjoy the food, even in a muted way, were complicated. This evening was supposed to have been one of vibrant celebration, with the food serving as a talking point, a location to mingle and strike up conversation, and a source of nourishment and excitement. Instead, though, people were eating the food that she'd worked so hard on, it was with dulled, distant expressions of shock. There was no excitement, no exclamations of enjoyment, or telling each other to try some particular dish. Ginger knew it was just her bruised ego smarting at the lack of praise or appreciation. She also knew it was selfish of her to be disappointed about such a small thing, especially when 2 people had lost their lives that night. However, the disappointment still needled at her. Disappointment that yet another opportunity for celebration and joy had been ripped away by tragedy. "I imagine it's maybe not quite the setting you were hoping for," Adrian said, wandering up with a plate piled high. "But your food is still exemplary." Ginger glanced up surprised. "Well, I appreciate that," she said, pausing in the act of picking over her own plate of food. "It would all have tasted much better 2 hours ago, but it's still edible." "Far more than just edible," Adrian said, his tone slightly chastising. "Much in the same way that you are far more than just a baker." He took a seat on the blue velvet sofa where Ginger had made herself comfortable, setting his full plate on a side table. "I feel I must apologise," he said, resting his elbows on his knees, looking out at the rest of the group where they were scattered in 1s and 2s around the marquee. "For what?" Ginger picked out a glazed cherry from the top of the mini meringue tartlet and popped it in her mouth. The sweetness was pleasantly cloying, with the faint hint of rosemary she'd infused into the glaze. Adrian frowned, looking over at her. Ginger experienced the strange, out-of-body sensation of seeing the face up close and personal of someone she'd only ever seen 15 feet tall on a cinema screen or on her TV. "I may not have been directly responsible for you being locked away in the kitchen cabin, but I was complicit in letting you sit in there wrongly for several hours while we all made a mess of things out here." For the first time, Ginger was able to try and get a read on the actor's emotional state. Until now, the whole time she'd seen him, he'd been in almost perpetual motion, pacing, getting people drinks, wandering around the marquee, circling the buffet table. But on the sofa beside her, he was finally still. The low, warm light of the chandelier doing wonderful things for his bone structure. Reminding herself that this was neither the time nor the place to thirst over an actor, Ginger honed in on the small details. The slight tension between his eyebrows, the way he tapped the thumbnail of one hand into the pad of the pointer finger beside it. How his breathing seemed almost too measured and calm, as if he was consciously controlling every inhale and exhale. What she couldn't help but wonder was whether he was concealing his panic to help maintain the calm of the group or for a darker reason. He did, however, look genuinely regretful. "It's water under the bridge," she assured him with a quick smile. "Being randomly accused of murder isn't fun by any means, especially when based off nothing but half-remembered gossip. However," she allowed herself a small chuckle, "would you believe it if I said that I was almost used to such things by now?" "I would believe it," Adrian admitted with a gracious tilt of his head. "If even half of what you said was true, I am amazed you're alive." "You and me both," Ginger said quietly, pushing back the thoughts, far too many of them blood-stained, that crowded in. There was a beat of silence, but there was something tense about it. Adrian's throat worked for a moment, as if he was struggling to swallow or speak. "You know, I think I understand a little," he blurted, looking strangely anxious. "I think it's why I've been so impressed with your cool head in this situation. Being able to keep some form of level thinking in traumatic situations such as this. Wow, it's all the more impressive when you've lived through something similar." Ginger cocked her head, wondering where the thought was going. The doors, tightly shut, creaked and groaned as the wind tried to tear them open. "Are you speaking hypothetically or from personal experience?" she asked carefully. "If it's the latter, you don't have to share." The sounds of the storm seemed distant as she watched Adrian struggling to choose his next words. Even when silent, he had an undeniable magnetism. "It's not exactly the same as being accused of murder or having someone try to kill you," he said, absent-mindedly rubbing at where his hair was beginning to slowly go grey at the temples. "But when I first started as an actor, I was in a plane crash. I was one of only 3 survivors. Ginger hesitantly put out a hand to rest on his forearm for a moment. I'm so sorry. It felt strange to perform such an intimate show of comfort for someone she'd only met mere hours before. Not only that, but he was wildly famous, which, for some reason, had vaguely made her think that he wouldn't feel like a regular person. But there he was under her hand, flesh and bone. Adrian flickered a look down to where she had touched him, then looked back out into the room. It wasn't a commercial one, which was a small blessing, I suppose, if I'm clutching for a positive in the situation. No, I was part of a movie that was filming way out in some remote location in the Canadian wilderness. A small team of actors and crew flew out, but went down over a forest. He took a single, deep, shuddering breath, then returned to his carefully measured breathing. There were 30 of us. Only 3 of us made it home after nearly 10 days in the wild. I'm so sorry, Ginger said again, wishing there was more for her to say or do. The survivor's guilt of making it out of a situation where others died is a challenge to live with. I know that personally. He nodded, dropping his head to take another deep breath. The point I'm trying to make, in a rather circuitous way, is that I know the value of ignoring the more human emotions of panic and terror in times of extreme crisis, and it has been strangely reassuring to me, and I'm sure to others as well, to see you remaining so calm. Ginger silently inclined her head in thanks, not sure what to say in response. As the 2 of them continued to sit, unspeaking, she couldn't help but replay the whole interaction in her head. Was she terrible to question the motivation for such a show of vulnerability? Maybe, but she couldn't shake a weird feeling that the almost forced moment of bonding was a strategic one, or else was, at the very least, supposed to forge some kind of empathy between them, some level of deeper understanding. The question was why. Was it just an unusual trauma response to being caught in a murder plot, or was he trying to convince her of something? Alternatively, was this just the way that big Hollywood stars acted? She'd been introduced to the man only hours before. How was she supposed to know such things? All Ginger knew was that the interaction left her with a strange taste in her mouth that had nothing to do with the cherries. Adrian might be a genuine ally in this situation, but with the suspect list for the killer currently consisting only of people who were within her line of sight, it seemed risky to trust someone just because he told her a sad story. Groaning quietly, Ginger rubbed at her eyes, the mix of stress and the 1 glass of wine that she'd allowed herself giving her a raging headache. Where do you think you're going? Ginger looked up at the sound of Madeline's voice to see Bernadette strolling toward one of the sets of doors. I'm going to the bathroom, Bernadette called over her shoulder, pausing with her hand on the handle. Unless you decided, while I wasn't listening, that we were all peeing inside in front of one another. No, Ariadne said wearily from where she was sprawled on another sofa, her head in David's lap. But we did all agree to stay within sight of one another for our safety. Bernadette sighed sharply, hand tightening on the handle but not yet opening the door. Ginger slowly got to her feet, sensing the rising tension. Adrian looked between Ginger and Bernadette, his expression asking if he needed to step in as well. I just need the bathroom, Bernadette said between gritted teeth. Her long chestnut hair had dried straggly and dark circles clung under her eyes. The bathroom is literally 20 feet away. I'll be back in a few minutes. An uneasy discomfort fell over the marquee as everyone looked at everyone else. Ginger gnawed on her lower lip as her anxiety grew. To deny such a basic human need was impossible, but was the alternative that everyone went to the bathroom together? Bernadette sighed again, even more visibly frustrated. No one said a word when Jeffrey went out. Why is everyone getting on my case? What? Ginger asked, looking around the dimly lit marquee for the art critic. What do you mean Jeffrey went out? He was right. Here. She trailed off as she realised that she couldn't see him anywhere. Geoffrey was missing. Chapter 13. "Everyone, search the marquee," David said, disentangling himself from Ariadne. He was pretty drunk. He might have just wandered upstairs for another look at that waistcoat. "Shouldn't we all search together, as a group?" Sophia asked, nervously glancing into the more shadowed corners of the room. What if the killer is already up there? You never split up in a horror movie, everyone knows that. "We should go up as a group," Ginger agreed, keeping her voice as level and calm as possible. "I'm sure he's just wandered off to distract himself with the art." Her assertion about staying together was undercut, however, by a sudden short burst of wind and rain as one of the doors opened and closed. Bernadette was no longer in the marquee. "Good to know that going to the bathroom is more important to her than our collective safety," Madeline said dryly, though there was a flicker of nerves in her eyes. Or perhaps she and Geoffrey had a little intimate rendezvous planned that she couldn't miss. "Mama," Sophia said wearily, sliding closer to her mother on the sofa, "you're doing that thing again. Being unnecessarily mean when you're anxious. Besides, I'm fairly certain Geoffrey is gay, isn't he?" Adrian asked, heading towards the stairs that led to the upper floor. "And he and Bernadette despise one another for the most part. Who's coming with me to search for the wandering drunk?" "He's by, I believe," Ariadne said vaguely, shivering despite the blanket wrapped around her bare shoulders. "And don't you think we should wait until Bernadette comes back before we all move upstairs to search?" "Assuming she comes back alive," Madeline muttered, draining her glass. Sophia sighed, getting off the sofa. "That's not a better attitude." "Well, what do you want from me?" Madeline snapped, resting a hand over her eyes. "I've never been the Martha Stewart type of parent. Why, now of all times, are you expecting saccharine niceties from me?" Ginger winced at the acerbic tone. Sophia did the same, then pulled herself up tall, eyes flashing with anger. "All I want is for you to not be a snide jackass right now," Sophia hissed at her mother. "Is that too much to ask? I know you have to act like you have the biggest ego in any given room and crush everyone else under your heel to boost your own confidence. But can you maybe save that for when there's not a murderer killing off our group?" Madeline briefly looked taken aback, then scoffed, glancing away. "I don't know why you're at my throat. Bernadette and Geoffrey are the ones wandering off and putting us all at risk." Making a low noise of frustration, Sophia left her mother on the sofa, instead crossing the marquee to where Adrian was standing by the stairs. For a moment, Madeline looked as if she was about to say something more, her lips curling into a sneer. But then she stopped. Her shoulders sagged, she closed her mouth, and a look of bitter regret fell across her face. Despite the woman's prickly personality, Ginger's heart still went out to her. Treating someone you love badly, even if the action was caused by stress, always came with a special kind of regret. Wanting to move the focus of the group away from Madeline and her unexpected moment of vulnerability, Ginger stepped into the centre of the marquee. "I say that we wait until Bernadette gets back, then we search for Geoffrey," she said, trying to bring things back on track. "Our aim is still to keep everyone together, if we can." "And if Bernadette doesn't come back?" Adrian asked quietly. Ginger paused, not wanting to consider the possibility that Bernadette might either become the next victim or else was the perpetrator herself, but knowing that either was possible. "Then we will go out as a group to look for her," she said with more confidence than she felt. "We know where she is supposed to be, unlike Geoffrey. Once we find Bernadette, then we'll get back to searching for him." As if in response to her plan, the door reopened, emitting a rain-soaked and shivering Bernadette. "Don't tell me that you're all still standing around debating if a bathroom break is acceptable or not," she said, wringing out her hair and wiping rain from her face. Any sign of Jeff? Not yet, Sophia said, relief visible on her face. We were just about to look upstairs. Then let's get on with it, Bernadette said, apparently all business, taking the lead. One by one, the group followed her up the short flight of stairs that led to the upper floor. Ginger, however, hung back a little, unable to ignore a niggling note of concern in her gut. Something about Bernadette was setting off an internal alarm. It was an alarm put in place by her getting caught off guard by people too many times, people she'd considered innocuous. There was nothing specific Bernadette had done or said that Ginger could put her finger on as truly suspicious. But she couldn't help but question a few things the young artist had said and done. For instance, her confidence during such a terrifying time was unexpected. As Ginger watched her move around the upstairs rooms with an almost cheery energy, she couldn't help but wonder. Why had Bernadette been so sure that Ginger wasn't any threat when the rest of the group had been so hard to convince? Why had she been so confident about going out to the bathroom, when the idea of stepping out alone into the dark while an unknown murderer was on the loose would have terrified most people? Was it all for show, or was she seemingly unafraid for a very different reason? The group checked each of the rooms of the upper floor, going through each bedroom and the rooms set aside for displays of the more delicate art. Ginger shivered slightly as she passed the waistcoat embroidered by the recluse killer himself, the skittering spiders stitched into the design reminding her of too many bad memories. There was no sign of Geoffrey, however, and Ginger began to feel a sinking sensation in her gut. "We should begin a search outside," Adrian suggested, his face heavy with concern. "Only close to the marquee, though, I think. We can't go wandering off into the woods and risk getting split up." "Do we have any portable torches?" Bernadette asked, and Ginger searched the other woman's face for some similar signs of concern, but found none. "Something that will give us enough light to see?" "We have our phones," Sophia said, holding hers up. "But someone should make sure to save their battery in case we find a spot on this island that actually has some signal." As a group, they all once again descended to the ground floor, preparing for the unpleasant task of stepping out into the still raging storm. "I don't like this," David whispered to Ginger just before they stepped out the doors. "It doesn't feel right." "Nothing about this feels right," Ginger pointed out, shivering as the cold, wet wind struck her in the face. "But I know what you mean. I've got a bad feeling this isn't going to end well." Shielding their phones from the rain, the huddled group began to trace a path around the perimeter of the marquee. The wavering lights of the phone's torches barely penetrated the darkness, but in the end, there wasn't much light needed. Just around the back of the marquee, maybe 15 feet from a set of doors, the light of Adrian's phone picked up the edge of a familiar jacket. "Wait," he said, holding up a hand. "I think that's him." He only took a single step forward, however, before he stopped, a choked noise escaping his mouth. Ginger drew up level with him, her stomach turning as she took in the sight. It was indeed Geoffrey, looking exactly as he had earlier, apart from the fact that he was soaked to the bone and his glasses were missing. His glasses were specifically missing because he no longer had a recognisable face to wear them on. A heavy brass sculpture that had been dropped nearby, already washed clean by the rain, told the rest of the story. "Get everyone back into the marquee," Ginger whispered to David, using her body to shield the rest from the sight. "We're definitely not alone on this island." Chapter 14. The mood back in the tent had lost any hint of warmth or comfort. Ginger wandered back and forth to the kitchen cabin, bringing out the makings of tea and coffee. Everyone was soaked to the skin and shivering with cold and shock. "Ah, you English and your obsession with tea," Adrian said, picking up one of the honeycomb chocolate truffles from a tray and dropping it into a steaming hot cup of coffee. "Coffee will always be my caffeinated drink of choice, but only if it's sweet." "I'll remember that," Ginger said gently, appreciating the moment of inane, normal small talk in the midst of this nightmare. Dark and sweet. Just like me, he quipped back with a half-hearted wink, but the teasing expression almost immediately slipped off his face. You know, I was looking forward to this party for weeks. I adore David and Ari. It was supposed to be a fun break from everything. Now I just want this night to end, so I can get off this island and never set foot on it again. Dawn will be here soon enough, Ginger said, trying to reassure herself as well as Adrian. The sun will rise, boats will come, we'll all get back to the mainland. Not all of us. Not alive, at least, Adrian said quietly, taking up his coffee and wandering away to where Bernadette and Madeline were huddled in conversation on one of the sofas. Ginger sighed heavily, trying to quell a surge of nausea and guilt as she thought of Geoffrey, Francis and Claire, out there in the cold and the dark. The rain would no doubt wash away what little evidence there might be at the crime scenes, but they still couldn't risk moving the bodies. Glancing over at David and Ariadne, her heart went out to them. Having to leave Claire, someone they both cared for deeply, alone in the storm must be weighing on them terribly. There was a sharp ache of longing in her chest as Ginger wished she had Rhys with her. Somehow, she had gone from the group's suspect to the person that everyone was looking to for advice, support, and a plan. It all was far too much. She looked back at the ruins of the buffet table, feeling a lump form in her throat as she thought about the wonderful garden breakfast that she and Rhys had shared only days before. She wanted to be back there, her head in his lap, the sun on her face, and the cats hiding in the shade of the herb garden. Sniffing sharply, Ginger ignored the tears that threatened at the thought of Rhys' hand running softly through her hair, and instead picked up 1 cup of black coffee and 1 of tea, with milk and sugar. Trying to put on the closest to a cheerful face as she could manage, considering that 20 minutes earlier she'd been staring at a man who had been beaten to death with a brass sculpture, Ginger approached the host, offering them the drinks. "Thank you, Ginger," David said wearily, gratefully taking the cup of coffee. "Yes, thank you," Ariadne echoed, taking the tea. She had taken a blanket off one of the beds on the upper floor and was now completely swathed in the royal purple fabric, with her hair hanging in damp rat tails around her face and her smudged makeup. There was no sign of the elegant woman who had welcomed her guests in from the twilight only a few hours before. David looked equally ragged, with a deep hollowness to his eyes that had not been there previously. "What are we going to do?" Ariadne asked, her voice a thin whisper, the question seemingly directed at no one in particular. However, Ginger quickly realised it had been directed at her when Ariadne gave her a weakly expectant look. Not for the first time in the past several years, Ginger couldn't help but wonder why she continued to end up in situations like this. Why did her fate so continually end up entwined with murder and mayhem? She was a baker, for goodness sake. "We're going to keep doing what we have been doing," she said firmly, hoping she was portraying some facade of confidence. "Stay in one room, watching out for one another until it's daylight and the storm blows over. Daylight will bring boats and other people and police and answers. We just have to make it through the rest of the night," Ariadne murmured, staring blankly into her tea. "I wonder who will be next." David immediately crouched down in front of his wife, setting down his coffee to take her face in his hands. "Don't think about things like that, love," he said, locking eyes with her. "There won't be another. No one else will go out alone. We'll keep one another safe." Ginger quietly backed away, leaving the couple alone in their moment. She hoped David was right and that no one else would be lost. As she wandered around the edge of the marquee, looking out the windows into the rain-slick darkness, Ginger found her mind drifting toward the inevitable question. Who was the killer? Turning back to face the room, Ginger assessed the options available if the killer was one of their own. The way she saw it, the only viable suspect was Bernadette. No one else had left the marquee between the time Geoffrey left and was found dead. In fact, No one had left at all except for Bernadette. But did that necessarily mean that Bernadette had killed Claire and Francis as well? Ginger finished her lap of the marquee, returning to her chosen spot by the buffet table. Trying to remain subtle, she watched Bernadette out of the corner of her eye. From everything she'd seen of the interactions between Bernadette and Geoffrey, there was no love lost there. However, Geoffrey seemed to have had significant respect for Bernadette, even if the two didn't like one another. It was perhaps slightly different in the case of Francis, who Bernadette had openly expressed her dislike for, but was a university feud from almost a decade before really enough of a motive for murder. After all, Bernadette was successful. It wasn't as if Francis had damaged her career. And what about Claire? What possible reason could Bernadette have to harm Claire? But the far bigger question was, how could there be anyone else on the island? Didn't it make more sense for the killer to be inside of their group? "Do you have any more tea?" Ginger gasped, pulled from her thoughts by Sophia's voice. "I'm so sorry." Sophia looked mortified, clutching her empty teacup, the smeared makeup around her eyes making them appear even larger and more cartoon-like. "I didn't mean to scare you." "You're just very quiet," Ginger said with a forced chuckle. "Light on your feet." "It's a talent," Sophia said with a wry smile, holding out her cup as Ginger poured her more tea, "developed in the trenches of my parents' divorce." "Ah," Ginger said knowingly, setting the teapot back down on the warming plate. "My parents split amicably, but I remember that feeling of needing to walk on eggshells when everything was at its most tense." "You know," Sophia said, adding 3 large spoonfuls of sugar to her tea, "despite everyone thinking I'm this big influencer who loves the limelight, I'm actually pretty quiet in most of my life. I only agreed to come to this party because it was supposed to be a remote island getaway with no media or paparazzi." "Not as quiet as you hoped, huh?" Ginger poured herself more tea as well, seeing the slight tremor in Sophia's hands as she stirred in the sugar. "I'm so sorry you've had to live through this." Sophia shrugged, not seeming to have the words to express anything more. Ginger didn't blame her. "How do you do it?" Sophia asked eventually, idly brushing cake crumbs off the table onto the floor. "You've been stuck in things like this before, yeah?" Slowly, Ginger nodded, weight pressing in on her from all sides. "More times than I care to think about." "How have you not completely lost your mind?" Sophia asked, something desperate in her eyes. "It's only been hours, but knowing that there's someone out there, it's driving me mad. How are you so calm?" "I don't really know," Ginger replied, trying to genuinely consider the question. "Some of it is from experience, I guess, although it's not experience that I'd want anyone to have. Also, I don't know if I am all that calm. Maybe I just know how to handle it a little better." Sophia took a deep breath, and Ginger briefly saw just how terrified the girl was. "I don't want to be here," she whispered, her lip wobbling as she tried to hold back tears. "I know," Ginger said simply, keeping half an eye on Madeline. The last thing she wanted was for the fierce mother to come rip her apart for appearing to make her daughter cry. "I've felt the same every time I've got pulled into something like this. I wonder what lesser, eldritch deity I managed to anger. I ask myself if it's karma for being a terrible person. Then there's usually a bit of time spent panicking about how my life could be ruined or over completely. Or I wonder if the people I love know that I love them, if I've told them that enough." She shook her head, somehow finding a chuckle spilling from her lips. "I mean, I'm a bakery artist, Sophia. Do you know how utterly bizarre it is that I keep finding myself playing amateur detective?" There was a hint of a smile in response to that. "So, why don't you just not get involved?" Sophia asked slowly. "I'm sorry, I know that sounds rude or obvious, but I really am curious. You could have just straight up refused to help any of us tonight. Yet, you offered your ideas and support. Why?" Ginger had her usual reply ready and waiting, about how she often didn't have a choice about whether she got involved or not. But Sophia's final point made her pause. Why did she help? Not just here, but in other cases too. Was it a natural urge from having family on the police force? Her own curiosity or search for the truth? Or something else? I think it's for a lot of reasons, Ginger said slowly, weighing each word before she said it. Several times I got involved because I lost friends and I wanted to know the truth about how that happened. Other times I didn't have a choice. Sometimes it was as simple as wrong place, wrong time. But I also think that as unlucky as I feel to have endured all the trauma that I have, I also think I've helped quite a lot of people too. Saved lives even. And if that's something I can do then, she shrugged, how can I say no to that? Sophia pondered this for a while, her shoulders dropping as she minutely relaxed. Well, she said eventually, I know it might sound bad and kind of selfish, but I'm glad you're here. A large crash of thunder sounded right above the tent, followed by a flash of lightning. Somewhere out in the forest there was a snapping explosion as something was hit. Whether it was art or a tree or something electrical, Ginger couldn't tell, but the noise shocked everyone into leaping to their feet with shouts of alarm. Sophia's cup crashed to the ground, shattering and spilling tea everywhere. It's okay, Ginger assured her soothingly. We'll get you another cup. Just the storm moving over. Soon it'll be gone. Sophia nodded, staring down at the broken cup as if unable to move. I don't know if this is weird to say, Ginger said tentatively, hoping to pull the girl into some calming conversation. But I actually follow the Instagram you made for your cat. At this, Sophia's eyes lit up. You do? My social media managers keep trying to take over the account to do it their way, but it's the one I refuse to surrender. Milkshake is my world, I swear. Ginger couldn't help but smile, despite everything. Soon, the two were exchanging favourite photos of their cats, with Sophia relaxing a little more every time she spoke about her creamy white long-haired cat. But even while talking, Ginger could feel cogs ticking over in the back of her brain. Slowly, she felt a plan beginning to come together. Chapter 15. More hours passed and the storm gradually began to ease. The rain stopped hammering for entrance on the roof and walls. There was no longer the tense crackle of lightning in the air and the roar of thunder passing over the island to go grumble at the open sea. Slowly, the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky. Ginger felt some semblance of hope begin to brighten in her heart. Maybe, just maybe, things were going to be all right now. In just a few hours, she'd be able to call Reese and see the precious little faces of her cats. What time are the boats supposed to come over from the mainland? Madeline asked. Her eyes were bloodshot and she had spilled wine down her white blazer at some point during the night. They're scheduled to come at around 9 to pick up Ginger and all the buffet equipment, David said, tossing aside an empty bottle of vodka. But after that storm, I imagine they'll make the journey as soon as the sea is safe. That might be earlier or later. Who knows? Either way, I think it might be wise for us to take a lap around the island when it's properly light to see if we can find some signal, Adrian said, holding up his phone and the radio. We need the police out here as soon as possible. Our friends deserve some dignity after a night abandoned in the rain. We had no other choice, Ariadne said tearfully, clutching at her blanket. We couldn't move the sculpture off Claire, and we can't move the bodies from the scene of the crime. Adrian hurried to her side, quickly taking Ariadne's hand. That was not a criticism for how things have been handled, I assure you, my love. I am mostly looking forward to when we'll all finally be able to get off this cursed lump of rock and trees, Bernadette said from her place sprawled across the largest of the sofas. I can't wait to have a bath, scrub all this grime and misery off me. I imagine the police will want to speak to all of us before that, Ginger said slowly. watching Bernadette pick at her fingernails in a way that seemed a little too intense. Why was the woman so eager to scrub herself clean? Was it because she had physical evidence stuck under her nails that she wanted to get rid of as soon as possible? Or something more innocuous, like the fact she was cold and damp and muddy? The plan Ginger had been pondering all night, in between brief 10-minute dozes, finally crystallized in the forefront of her mind. She couldn't help but want to confirm her suspicions about Bernadette. Had she really played a part in one or all of the murders? Or was she completely uninvolved? There was perhaps a way to find out. Sidling up to David, Ginger tried to draw as little attention to herself as possible. Thankfully, Bernadette was apparently trying to sleep, and Madeline was fussing over Sophia, who was asleep in her mother's lap. "I want to know if you and Ariadne are able to help me with something," Ginger whispered. "You are absolutely entitled to say no, as this plan is only based on a hunch I have, but I've ignored my gut before and paid for it." "What do you need?" David asked, subtly drawing her toward the buffet table and beginning to gather together dishes. Ginger followed his lead, using the muted rattle of the dirty dishes to conceal her voice from the others. "I need you and Ari to look like you've turned on one another," she said. "Throw around wild accusations, blame one another, that kind of thing." David frowned. "Both she and I are grieving Ginger," he said. "Such a thing could be quite painful for the both of us." "I know," Ginger said, biting her lip. "And I wouldn't ask it of you if I didn't think it was necessary. But my thinking is that if someone in here is the killer, they'll be relieved to see someone throwing accusations at someone who isn't them. These murders don't have the mark of a calculated, calm killer. They all seem opportunistic and fueled by intense emotion. I'm guessing that they might not be able to hide their relief to know the heat won't be on them." Slowly, David nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll ask Ari," he said, leaving the stacked plates on the corner of the table. "If there is anything we can do that could help shine some light on what happened to Claire, then I'm sure she'll do it." He glanced out to the fog rising with the dawn. "We'll wait until it's fully light, then we'll make our move." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The whole night had felt like a waiting game, but Ginger felt it more keenly than ever as the damp dawn emerged from the stormy night. The fog only continued to thicken, a heavy white curtain rising from the ground like a million accusatory ghosts stitched together. A few people tried to doze, the false safety of light seeming to soothe their fears enough for them to finally sleep. Ginger couldn't help but notice that Bernadette didn't sleep. She instead paced up and down in front of the windows, biting at her nails. Whenever she stood still for longer than a few moments, her foot began to twitch and tap almost involuntarily. As much as she didn't like to think it, Ginger's suspicions slowly crystallized, like liquid sugar hardening into dagger-like shards. The first hint of the fight was when Ariadne and David began whispering intensely, quickly followed by Ariadne twisting away from her husband and walking to the other end of the tent. David followed her, the two of them cloistering themselves in one of the corners furthest from the rest of the group. However, Ginger, who was immediately watching the whole group carefully at the couple's first move, noticed Bernadette stop in her pacing to observe their hosts. As the whispering increased to heated murmuring, the other guests joined in watching too, looking back and forth between one another in questioning confusion. The tension in the marquee rose steadily, everyone inside barely noticing, like crabs acclimatizing to the pot as they slowly died. No one made the effort to conceal the fact they were looking at the couple, and Ginger could see that Adrian was considering stepping in. Even so, when the hushed muttering exploded into a full-blown fight, everyone flinched in surprise. "Don't tell me to calm down," Ariadne yelled, shoving David square in the chest. "How can you act as if I don't care about Claire? I don't want to leave her out there either, but the police will need everything to work with that they can." "But it is undignified," David cried, following his wife as she stormed away. "You claim to love her just as much as I did. yet you don't want to treat her with any honour or respect, and you seem all too eager to compromise the crime scene. Ariadne put the buffet table between herself and David, a snarl on her face so realistic that it momentarily made Ginger question the fiction of the fight. Do you have something to hide, David? Are you trying to hide evidence that you were there when it happened by going back? Sophia gave her mother a wide-eyed look of confusion, but Madeline looked equally bewildered. By comparison, Ginger could see an odd twitch at the corner of Bernadette's mouth as she watched the couple. It was almost a smile. More crucial, however, was how her anxious pacing stopped. She was no longer biting her nails, and she seemed overall more relaxed. While it wasn't an absolute admission of guilt, it was enough for Ginger to feel more certain in her suspicion. David physically winced, then a deep growl ripped from his chest. Easy for you to fling such accusations, as if you weren't always wrestling with your jealousy. Your insecurity was like a snake, always wrapped between the three of us, squeezing the life out of everything. Who's to say you didn't have something to do with what happened to Claire? I was with our guests all night, Ariadne snapped. You were the one dipping in and out of the tent. Do you hear yourselves? Adrian protested, finally stepping in. All this misplaced anger will only cause you two to hurt one another. This won't help anything. Oh, but it has helped, Ginger said, leaning back in the armchair she had used as her observation point. See, you're right in the sense that David and Ariadne throwing accusations at one another isn't going to prove if one or the other is to blame. What it did do, however, was reveal something about someone else in the room. The fight concluded. Ariadne hurried into David's embrace, the two looking to Ginger expectantly. What on earth are you talking about? Madeline asked, lost in a fog of alcohol and exhaustion. Ginger leaned forward, cocking her head questioningly. What I mean is why everyone looked worried and confused about this fight. Everyone except Bernadette. The woman in question gave Ginger an odd, slow smirk. And what exactly does that mean, dear Doe detective? She asked, a hint of mockery to her tone. Ginger didn't flinch, holding eye contact. What it means is that I wonder if you had a reason to look so relieved that accusations were being tossed about, accusations that might draw the attention away from you. You who had issues with both Francis and Geoffrey. You who left the tent alone, the only person to do so, only minutes before we found Geoffrey dead. You who told me with your own mouth that you thought everyone in this group had the ability to commit murder, an observation I would strongly argue to be projection. Bernadette said nothing, and Ginger leaned back again. What it means is that at this present moment, the only person I think could have possibly committed the murders last night was you, Bernadette. And if there is a way to prove that, then I will make sure the police find it when they arrive. Chapter 16. Bernadette let out a tiny scoff of disbelief. You're out of your mind, she said thinly, the words lacking her usual sharp punch. I thought you, of all people, wouldn't stoop to such behaviour. You know what it's like to be accused without cause, I'm sure. Ginger shrugged, getting to her feet. I'm not saying I have all the answers, or even that I think you're responsible for every death that occurred on this island yesterday. But I am concerned enough that I wanted to make my suspicions known, for the sake of clarity and for the potential protection of the group. That's a very long-winded way of saying you have no proof, Bernadette said with a cut-glass laugh, looking around at her friends. You don't seriously believe this, right? She's talking rubbish. Sophia, Madeline, and Adrian all looked between one another, then over to David and Ariadne. In the uncomfortable silence that followed, Ginger saw shock and real fear flicker over Bernadette's face. Are you kidding me? She said, her voice starting to rise and swell with rage. Do you all seriously think I murdered 3 people? No one is saying that, Adrian said carefully. a muscle under his left eye twitching from tiredness. "But you can't ignore the fact that you were the only person to leave the tent before Jeffrey died, and you were out in the woods, away from David, when Francis was killed." "But, I mean, that's circumstantial at best, right?" Sophia asked nervously, looking between Adrian and Bernadette. "It's not even that," Bernadette said, stalking around the room toward Ginger. "I've met Claire maybe 3 times in my life. Why on earth would I kill her?" "I don't necessarily think that you did," Ginger said, finding that despite the intensity of the situation, she was managing to remain calm. After all, this wasn't her first time facing down a potential killer, and this time she wasn't doing it alone. "I just find it curious that you seemed amused by Ariadne and David's fight just now, and you made it very clear that there was no love lost between you and Francis, as well as your dislike for Jeffrey." "Disliking people and finding something amusingly ironic doesn't make me a killer," Bernadette said, voice like ice, not quite pushing into Ginger's space, but getting uncomfortably close. "Why would you find such a thing either amusing or ironic?" David asked, clearly aghast. Bernadette groaned in frustration, sinking her hands in her tangled mess of hair. "Because you two are always so reckless with your seductions that I'm honestly amazed that this is the first time one of your partners has died." Ariadne looked at David, then back to Bernadette, her eyes wide. "What do you mean by that?" she asked, choking on emotion. "We loved Claire dearly. She was in her early 20s and didn't know any better," Bernadette said loudly and slowly, sounding as if she was trying to explain the concept to children. "I know the two of you aren't creepy or predatory, but you have this awful habit of both falling head over heels in love with whatever sweet young thing crosses your path. You sweep them up into a whirlwind romance, cherish them, worship them, then gently put them aside when a new muse catches your eye." Ariadne and David looked at one another in confusion, but Ginger was surprised to see a hint of guilt in their eyes as well. Bernadette squared her shoulders. "Look, I lived it. The intense romance and affection, feeling special beyond compare. Watching you both slowly lose interest as months drift by, seeing the two of you move on and consume someone else, feeling like a forgotten test sketch dropped on the studio floor. It's brutal." Ariadne was openly weeping, hands clasped over her mouth. "We never meant to hurt you, darling," she whispered, taking a step forward. "We thought the uncoupling was amicable, that you wanted to go out and see the world and live a life without us. This isn't about me and whatever hurt you might have caused," Bernadette said flatly, her voice cold as marble. "I've got a thick skin and a practical streak a mile wide, and the fact that even I struggled to survive the heartbreak makes me worry for whatever gossamer young artist you might have brought into your bed and relationship." David's brow was furrowing deeper and deeper, his eyes growing dark with anger. "Did you kill Claire because of this?" he asked tightly. "Out of jealousy? Because of this twisted narrative you have told yourself about how we operate our relationships?" "Easy, David," Adrian said, trying to subtly shift to stand between the two. "Let her speak." Ginger hesitated about taking a step forward too, quickly deciding it was probably best if she didn't. Moving toward David and Ariadne would make it appear she was joining them to gang up on Bernadette. Moving toward Bernadette could be seen as an act of aggression or intimidation, which was the last thing she wanted in this already tense moment. Bernadette clenched her hands into fists. "I did not kill anyone," she growled, "and you can call it a twisted view if you want, but it's the people like me, the young and impressionable romantics who look at the two of you with rose-tinted glasses, who always get hurt in the end. When one of your little dalliances comes to an end, you still have each other. Us, the third wheel, were left alone, empty, bereft." Turning, she pointed at Sophia. "Be careful, sweetheart," she said to the younger woman, her voice unsteady with emotion. "I'm surprised they haven't started making eyes at you yet, but maybe they're waiting a year or two until you become more artistically interesting. Maybe after the first album drops. Ariadne made a choked noise and David flushed red with anger despite the tears in his eyes. Madeleine, her face serious but somehow gentle, got to her feet and stepped toward Bernadette. "That's enough now, dear girl," she said, holding out a hand. "Whatever boil of resentment you've been carrying around with you has been lanced. No need to keep poking at it." Bernadette wavered for a moment, tears filling her eyes for the first time. However, she sniffed sharply, pushing back the emotion and shaking her head. "I'm honestly amazed none of your friends have murdered one another before this," she spat at David and Ariadne. "You collect shiny, interesting people who amuse you, then shove them all into a room together with no thought about how those people would feel about each other. Like, why on earth would you invite me and Francis and Geoffrey to the same event?" Geoffrey destroyed Francis's hopes of ever being that fancy artist persona of his, Ellison or whatever it was. I hated Francis guts, and he was no fan of mine, but what possessed you to do such a thing? Not giving them a chance to answer, Bernadette then gestured to Ginger. "And bringing this random ex-student of yours in to do the catering, when all you really wanted her here for was to talk about the horrible murders she survived." Ginger winced, even though she had practically accepted it at this point. "It wasn't because of that," David tried to say, reaching a hand out toward Ginger. "I promise you, Ginny, it wasn't—" "Oh," Bernadette said, barking a laugh. "So you don't want me to show the text Ari sent me, filled with links to articles written about Ginger? Or the lurid blog post you showed me about that Arlington Manor disaster? Or how excited she was when she found out that Ginger had a connection to the recluse killer?" She looked directly at Ariadne. "What were your words? Something like, 'It will make the most delicious conversation starter when we show everyone the waistcoat.'" Ginger staggered back into the armchair, her legs suddenly unsteady as the full details came out. David looked at his wife, his face lined with disappointment and pain. "How could you do such a thing?" he asked. "Why?" Ariadne said nothing, just wrapping her arms around herself and whimpering softly as she wept. "Maybe she wanted someone who might be able to solve her murders," Bernadette suggested, flinging her arms wide. "Maybe this was all just an elaborate murder mystery party, with the realism turned all the way up? Ari? Was everything else boring? Did you want to make it more exciting?" Even in her slightly dazed state, Ginger noted that the energy of suspicion in the room was slowly shifting the longer Bernadette talked. It was moving off her and onto Ariadne, who looked dumbfounded. No, never," she said, her voice wavering and breaking. "I would never do such a thing." Bernadette sneered around at the gathered guests, her gaze landing on Ginger. "See, it's easy to make accusations based on nothing more than a hunch." An unexpected series of rapid pings filled the air, catching everyone off guard. Sophia immediately scrambled to her feet, waving her phone in the air. "I've got signal," she said, immediately typing in her password. "It's not much, but I've got signal." "Oh my goodness, that's a terrifying amount of notifications. So, who am I calling first? Police or the boat to come get us?" She looked expectantly around the group of older adults, waiting for someone to make the decision. Ginger, however, could see just how frazzled and shaken everyone was. Their hosts were certainly in no place to lead. "Boat first," she said, taking charge. "But tell them about the deaths and that we need the police out here. That way, if we lose signal again, at least someone will have put the police into action." Without a word, Bernadette marched toward one of the sets of doors, flinging them open without a second thought. "What are you doing?" Madeleine asked, shuddering at the cold air that rushed inside. "I'm going to wait for our boat down on the dock," Bernadette said, the fog already reaching out to wrap around her in ghostly wisps. "Don't be silly. We need to stick with the plan, and all stay in here. It's nearly over," Adrian said, starting toward her, but she took several steps back. "I don't really feel like staying here to be mindlessly accused anymore. And hey," she gave a bitter smile, "if I really am the killer, then I'll be perfectly safe out here, won't I?" Ginger found herself unable to find words, as Bernadette turned and disappeared into the mist. Part of her almost hoped that Bernadette was the killer, because, if not, she had possibly just placed herself in serious danger. Chapter 17. The fog continued to curl into the room, but no one made a move to shut the doors. "I need the number for whoever runs the boats," Sophia said, looking expectantly at David. "I can't call without a number." He blinked, as if being pulled from a trance, looking away from the gaping void of the doorway that had swallowed Bernadette only a moment earlier. "Oh yes, of course. Let me find it." While David poured slowly through his phone, Ginger watched as Madeline marched over to the doors and closed them firmly. The click of the latch seemed to awaken everyone else. "What if there's someone out there?" Adrian protested. "Are we seriously leaving her to potentially die?" "Assuming she's not the killer herself," Madeline said dryly, straightening her blazer. She seemed to be returning to her usual self, the brief wave of softness dissipating like the strands of fog melting in the warm interior. "Do you really think it's possible?" Ariadne asked thinly. She looked as if she'd lost body. Chapter 17. The fog continued to curl into the room, but no one made a move to shut the doors. "I need the number for whoever runs the boats," Sophia said, looking expectantly at David. "I can't call without a number." He blinked, as if being pulled from a trance, looking away from the gaping void of the doorway that had swallowed Bernadette only a moment earlier. "Oh yes, of course. Let me find it." While David poured slowly through his phone, Ginger watched as Madeline marched over to the doors and closed them firmly. The click of the latch seemed to awaken everyone else. "What if there's someone out there?" Adrian protested. "Are we seriously leaving her to potentially die?" "Assuming she's not the killer herself," Madeline said dryly, straightening her blazer. She seemed to be returning to her usual self, the brief wave of softness dissipating like the strands of fog melting in the warm interior. "Do you really think it's possible?" Ariadne asked thinly. She looked as if she'd lost body mass over the past few minutes, and Ginger swore she was slightly translucent. It was like she was halfway to becoming a ghost. "We don't know for sure," Ginger said, trying to puzzle through the conflicting feelings clamoring in her chest. She was tired. Both her brain and vision felt fuzzy, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Testing the theory about Bernadette had been necessary. She was sure of that. But how had things gotten so out of control so quickly? The only person that Ginger genuinely thought Bernadette might have killed was Geoffrey. There had clearly been the opportunity, and the timing was deeply suspicious. But that didn't account for Claire and Francis. Was there more than one killer? If there was, that meant that Bernadette had just walked out, alone, to go and stand on the dock. The night might be over, but there could still be another victim yet. But it seemed no one was thinking that far ahead right now. Sophia was on the phone, repeating herself several times to account for the patchy signal. Madeline was briskly tidying the buffet table after apparently deciding that was the most pressing task at hand. David and Ariadne were clearly in no state to do anything, still frozen in place, looks of shell shock on their faces. "This doesn't feel right," Adrian said, pacing up and down the wall of windows, in a manner reminiscent of Bernadette only a short while before. "Nothing has felt right for the past 14 hours, Madeline countered crisply. "Your declaration is not the brand new piece of insight you seem to think it is. Ginger, dear, clear these dishes into the kitchen, will you?" Baffled, Ginger blinked in confusion for a moment before turning back to Adrian. "I agree with you," she said in a low voice. "Even if Bernadette killed Geoffrey, heck, even if she killed Francis too, Claire remains the outlier here." Adrian drew closer, glancing over to where David and Ariadne had now collapsed back onto the closest sofa. "She seemed pretty angry about being replaced in their lives, though," he murmured. "We can't be sure when exactly Claire died, so we can't be sure that Bernadette has an alibi. What if she just lost her temper with Claire? Or that Hurt and envy seems to have been building for a while. Ginger frowned, trying to remember when she'd last seen Claire, where Bernadette had been the evening before. If there was any way the timings matched up. It was all too much and only gave her a headache rather than answers. "Ginger, the dishes, please," Madeline said, brushing ineffectually at a wine stain on the tablecloth. It was clear that she hadn't done this kind of labour in quite some time and had no idea what she was doing. "In a minute," Ginger said with a forced brightness to her voice, then turned back to Adrian. "My deeper concern," she said, rubbing at her eyes, "is that either Bernadette is completely innocent or that she's not the only killer on the island, that there was someone outside of the group all along. If that's the case, then she's down on the dock, alone. Who knows if she will still be there when the boat arrives?" Sophia hurried back to the group from the other end of the marquee where she'd been on the phone. "The boat is on its way," she said, her face bright with something like hope for the first time in hours. "They've contacted the police, who will try to get someone on the first boat to come and secure the situation, and another boat will follow with a full forensic team. Most importantly, though," she rushed to hug her mother, "we'll be off this island in just over an hour." Despite the questions and fears still rolling in the back of her mind, Ginger allowed herself to heave a sigh of relief. It seemed as if it was almost over. She just hoped that really was the case. After all, a lot could happen in an hour. "All my friends have been going insane trying to reach me," Sophia said, scrolling through her phone. "There's legit a hashtag, #mammal, and my follower count skyrocketed." Her mother rolled her eyes, then waved to Ginger before pointing more insistently at the dishes. "Apparently, the storm did a load of damage all along the coast," Sophia said, still scrolling. "I need to let some people know we're okay. Well," she glanced up, looking guilty, "most of us..." With a start, Ginger realised that she hadn't checked if her own coverage had returned. Wandering over to the buffet table, she picked up the stack of dishes, forcing a brief smile in Madeline's direction. The woman smiled in satisfaction, but Ginger rolled her eyes as soon as she was out of sight of the tech matriarch. Once in the kitchen, she set the dishes haphazardly to the side. Pulling her phone out of her pocket, she immediately began trying to call Reese's number. Her heart skipped a beat or two as the call connected, finally, the dial tone humming in her ear. "Ginger?" Reese's voice was tight with worry. "Reese," she breathed, sagging back against one of the worktops as a wave of relief left her dizzy. "Oh, it's good to hear your voice." "Are you okay?" he asked, words tumbling over one another. "The news is saying the storm came out of nowhere. Is everything all right on the island? Are you safe?" Ginger found tears threatening to spill from her eyes, and she swallowed sharply, taking a deep breath. There was no use in panicking her boyfriend any further when there was nothing he could do. "It's not great," she said slowly, keeping her voice low and watching the entrance of the kitchen cabin for anyone coming in from the main marquee. "There are... a few people have died, but we've got rescue and police on their way to us now." "Oh, God," Reese said, horror clear in his voice. "I'll come down there right now. I'll be there in a few hours to meet you." "Reese?" Ginger stopped. She had been about to tell him not to do such a thing, that she'd be fine and that she'd see him when she drove home. But then she realised that there was nothing she wanted more than to fall into his arms as soon as possible. She needed him. "I would really love that," she said softly. "Don't take any risks getting down here. But it would be wonderful to see you. It's going to be a weird day or two, I think." "I'll be there as soon as," he said, the call suddenly dipping into a sharp crackle. "Reese!" Ginger gripped the phone, tears rising once again as she lost her lifeline to any sense of peace. But he was gone. Whatever weak thread of signal, snapping completely. With a sigh, Ginger put her phone away and started to restack and organise the dirty dishes just for something to do. She really didn't feel like going back out into the marquee with its sticky web of complicated relationships that she had no connection to. She had done what she could and had, in hindsight, likely meddled more than she should have in good conscience. Just a few minutes of peace and alone time would be enough for her to fortify herself for going back out into the fray. It was as she turned to retrieve more trays from another worktop that she saw them. At first, she couldn't quite tell what they were, but soon enough, Ginger's stomach dropped. Trailing along one side of the kitchen were large, muddy footprints. Footprints that had not been there the last time she'd been in the kitchen. Like a bloodhound following a scent, Ginger stalked along the trail, noticing the size and pattern of the soles. She could immediately tell it was a man's shoe, both from the size and shape. Following the tracks, her stomach flipped again as she found that they paused by a knife block and then continued onto a second rear door, half hidden behind a rack of... Chapter 18. "David!" Ginger called, racing out of the kitchen cabin and back down the corridor to the marquee. "David! What is it?" he asked, scrambling to his feet as she came flying into the main tent. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Ginger shook her head, struggling to catch her breath, as her heart brought a new storm thundering in her ears. "Francis. Where did you last see Francis?" Adrian, who had hurried over immediately, frowned. "Why do you ask? It's not something I particularly want to think about, not after everything we've gone through." Ginger held up the shred of fabric, her fingers shaking. "I don't think he's actually dead. This is from his trousers, right? I just found this in the kitchen, along with a bunch of fresh, muddy footprints. There's also a knife missing." A silence fell over the marquee as everyone took in her words. Ginger could immediately see the weary skepticism on Adrian's face, followed by the blank, overwhelmed expression on David's. In the background, Madeline and Sophia stood together, muttering to one another about this development. Ariadne had no reaction, and just stared blankly at her lap. But David blinked slowly. "We saw him, dead, hanging from a wire. How could he be here now, alive?" "Let me see the kitchen," Adrian insisted, rolling up the sleeves of his blue blazer as if this was some kind of hands-on business. "I want to see this for myself." "I second that," Madeline said, striding across the tent. "Claims of people returning from the dead need to be seen to be believed." Ginger led the way, looking back to see everyone but Ariadne following her. They all crowded into the kitchen, careful to avoid the unmissable trail of muddy prints running down one side of the room. "And you found this fabric where?" Adrian asked. "Someone could have dropped it as a misdirect." "It's a possibility, but I don't think so," Ginger said, crouching and pointing to the screw where she'd found it. "My guess is that he didn't realise it had ripped off here as he went by." "Not to be the person asking the most obvious question," Sophia said, arms folded across her middle as she curled into herself in fear. "But if this is Francis, then why would he pretend to be dead?" "Because it immediately removes him as a suspect," Adrian said slowly, looking over to David. "He was very quick to volunteer to join us, wasn't he?" David nodded slowly, but there was some resistance on his face. "But Francis was often that way, just helpful and giving with his time." Madeline scoffed. "He was a snivelling sycophant, always grovelling for whatever scraps of praise he could get. Although, if he has pulled off this insane ruse, then it would appear that the worm has finally turned." "Not exactly the ideal character evolution," Sophia whispered, staring at the knife block with its missing blade. "We don't even know if this is Francis," David protested. "Did we not already learn our lesson about baseless accusations?" "Then let's go find him," Ginger said, clenching her jaw as she thought about all the horrific possibilities that could be waiting. "But we'd better make it quick." "Why?" Madeline asked. "If Francis, or whoever this is, wanted to get off the island, then they could have left as soon as the storm died down." "But maybe he's not done," Sophia said, glancing back over her shoulder nervously, as if the killer was going to come slashing through the fabric of the tunnel as if it was a scene from Psycho. But if he's not here, then where is he? Should we be worried that he'll be waiting for us just outside? Ginger shared a grim look of understanding with Adrian and David. I don't think it's us that he's after, she said. David frowned. Why not? Think about who has died, Ginger said, counting out the victims on her fingers as she explained. Claire. We don't know whether it was deliberate or an accident, but she was an artist, the current muse for you and Ariadne, and someone who had already surpassed Francis' level of success. Another finger, and this explanation was given on the go, as Ginger led the group back into the marquee. Geoffrey. He was an art critic and someone who was not shy about saying how much he disliked Francis's art. It's not a stretch to presume that Francis might blame Geoffrey for his lack of commercial success. You're saying that you think we're not at risk? Madeline asked. That Francis is only targeting people he feels don't deserve their success or who have impacted his own? Ginger paused to look back, trying to imbue her words with as much seriousness as she could. I am saying that it's a possibility, she said carefully. But that would put Bernadette at risk, Adrian said slowly. The two have been feuding for years. If this really is Francis snapping and getting what he perceives as revenge, then she would be someone on his list for sure, Ginger finished. Someone he sees as not deserving of her success, since, in his mind, she stole the idea that made her famous from him. And she is out there alone with no idea of any of this. So, we need to go and see if Francis is where we left him. Because if he's not, then we have a problem. Ariadne, called David, who had gone on ahead into the marquee. Ari, where are you? Ginger's stomach sank. There were two others on the island that Francis might blame. What if Bernadette isn't his only remaining target? She asked slowly. David called his wife's name again, panic beginning to flood his voice. With a quick look of understanding, Madeline and Sophia hurried upstairs, calling for Ariadne. We need to find out if Francis really is the one killing people, Adrian said grimly, and we need to do it quickly. Ginger nodded. I suggest we travel as a group again and go together to where you saw Francis. Adrian winced as David began to shout his wife's name more insistently, feet pounding on the stairs as he rushed to the upper floor. But how are we going to get David to leave if Ari is missing? He asked. Before Ginger could come up with a response, David came thundering back down the stairs. His face was pale with fear and his eyes feral with panic. Do you really think this is Francis? He asked, staring at Ginger. Caught off guard, Ginger shifted, feeling her body language become defensive. I don't know for sure, she said slowly, but I know that those footprints don't belong to anyone in here, and I know that a knife is gone. I also know that Bernadette, and now possibly Ariadne, are out on the island alone with no idea that Francis might be alive and wishing them harm. David nodded slowly but made no other move, seemingly frozen in his panic. Ginger reached out a hand, gently placing it on his arm. If Francis's body isn't where you last saw it, then I would say we can assume he played a part in the deaths of Claire and Geoffrey. Because why else would you perform such a ruse? There was a pause. Then David took a deep breath, coming back to himself. I remember where we thought we saw Francis's body, he said, hands twitching. Let's go get the answers to some questions. Chapter 19. It was a cold and eerie world outside of the marquee. The trees lurched out of the fog, some bent and broken after the force of the storm. Here and there were scraps of fabric torn from displays David had placed in the branches. The fairy path of lights had been thoroughly drowned by rain and mud, yet David somehow still knew which way to go despite the devastation. He marched ahead, spine strangely stiff, head turned from side to side constantly as he scanned the woods, presumably for any sign of Ariadne. Huddled together, the group followed him through the woods, tensing at every crack of a twig. The lack of visibility made Ginger feel like they were being stalked, even though it was very possible it was just by their own fears, and not by a knife-wielding Francis. At some point, Adrian picked up a fallen branch the size of a club, grasping it firmly in one hand. Nodding in approval, Ginger did the same a few steps later, immediately feeling more secure with a weapon at her disposal. Strange sounds filtered in through the fog, groans and whispers and the far-off sound of the sea. At one point, Ginger swore she heard the strange scream of a fox, even though she knew the island was too small for such a creature to live on it. "It was around here," David muttered, his voice muffled further by the blanket of mist. "This is where the path trisects to the 3 largest sculptures. Claire is..." He trailed off, pointing to the left, which means that we saw Francis. He hurried down the central path, not looking back to see if they followed. "I don't like this," Ginger heard Sophia whisper to her mother. "We were safe in the marquee. It's scary out here." "I know it's scary," Madeline replied. "But I don't think the marquee was very safe after all. Safety comes from being together." "I just want to go home," was the last thing Ginger heard Sophia whisper before David let out a low, wordless moan of misery up ahead. Without a second thought, Ginger dashed up to draw level with him, her stick raised high and ready to strike. But all she found was the man on his knees, tugging at something tangled in a nearby bush. At first, she thought it was a piece of art that David was heartbroken to see destroyed. However, as she drew closer, it became clear what she was looking at. "That foul little beast," Adrian said from beside her, his jaw tensing as he too realised what David was pulling free. It was a fabric harness made of the same colour material as the shirt Francis had been wearing. Attached to it was a noose of wire that, once placed around the neck, would appear genuine, although the reality was that the harness would be taking the weight. It would look like the person was hanging from the neck, when, actually, they were safely supported by the harness. Ginger had seen it done before in plays. Maggie, among her various tales of theatre magic, had told her about a production which had done this very trick. "So, Francis is alive," Adrian said grimly. "Very deliberately so," David nodded, flinging down the harness with a growl. "If he has done anything to Ariadne, I will rip him limb from limb myself." "No, you won't," Ginger said firmly, stepping up to him. "I know the feeling, wanting to cause harm to someone who has caused you harm, but it won't help you. Right now, it will only distract you." She turned and looked at the rest of the group, her mind whirling as she tried to figure out something encouraging and helpful to say. But there was nothing. Her own panic was starting to rise. She knew how dangerous it could be when a killer was confronted or was caught out. Why, not so long ago, she'd nearly been dragged to a freezing death when she'd inadvertently discovered the identity of a killer. Francis might have begun this process with only specific targets in mind, but if pressed into a corner by time and discovery, he was likely to begin striking out indiscriminately. She didn't want Reese to arrive at the coast to be greeted by the sight of her body being lifted off a boat. "I think staying together is still our best option," Adrian said, giving her a quick nod of reassurance. Ginger felt her shoulders relax in relief as he stepped in momentarily to take charge. "First thing we need to do is find Bernadette and Ariadne," he continued, and Ginger watched him slip into a role. He was no longer just Adrian. He was hiding his own fears behind a performance. Now that we know Francis really is alive and has taken incredible steps to conceal himself from us, we can assume he means the two of them harm. "I'm going to try calling the police and the boat people again," Sophia said, taking out her phone. "See if we can find out how soon they're going to get here and tell them what we know so far." "Good idea," Adrian said. "Madeline, you focus on keeping watch on Sophia as we move. The rest of us will focus on our surroundings." Madeline crouched down, taking up a length of cord, and tying it securely around a fist-sized rock she pried from the dirt. "Let's see that coward try to touch my daughter," she said darkly, wiping the mud off on her white trousers that probably cost as much as Ginger's car. It was strange and unsettling, to say the least, to watch the veneer of social norms slide off like a shedding skin when people were faced with danger. For a brief moment, Ginger was swallowed by memories of Arlington Manor. She remembered the sickening fear, the desperate planning, the scramble for safety and freedom. With some effort, she pushed the thoughts aside. She couldn't tackle those ghosts right now. All she could do was limit the number of ghosts that this event created. "Bernadette said she was going to wait on the dock," Ginger said. "I'd wager that Francis has been keeping close to the marquee all night, especially if he was able to slip inside in just a few minutes while we were all talking. He probably heard where she was going and would have gone after her." "What about Ariadne?" David asked, a muscle in his jaw tightening and relaxing over and over again. "She didn't just disappear into thin air." "No," Ginger said carefully, looking to Adrian for some support. "But there was no sound of surprise or struggle, so I don't think Francis took her. I think it's more than likely she walked out of her own free will and is somewhere on the island. I think Bernadette is the one most immediately at risk of being attacked." "He might not even want to hurt Ari," Adrian said, trying to be soothing by placing a hand on David's shoulder, but the other man sharply shrugged him off. "I want to go find her," David said slowly, "and I'll go with or without you all." "Splitting up only makes everyone more vulnerable," Ginger said, trying to keep her irritation in check, both because she understood David's fear and because she knew arguing would help no one in the situation. "We need to stay together, David. Please." But David shook his head despite her plea, squaring his shoulders. "Francis is a coward," he said in a low, hard voice. "He's lied and hidden and struck people when they were alone and vulnerable. I will not allow him to do the same to either me or to my wife." For a moment, his face softened. "Please don't mistake this for me not caring about Bernadette. Her words earlier may have caused me deep hurt, but I still care for her. She was my lover, and still is my friend. But Ariadne is my world, and I will always put her first." Ginger nodded slowly, a movement soon echoed by the rest of the group. "I understand," Madeline said, wrapping an arm around Sophia's shoulders. "Please just stay safe, David dear." He nodded once, gravely. Then, without another word, he strode off into the fog, back the way they had come. After a minute or two, Ginger could hear him calling his wife's name. "And then there were 4, Adrian muttered. "I just hope we can make it 5 by finding Bernadette in time." As if to mock his hope, a high-pitched scream tore through the air, the sound originating from the edge of the island. Chapter 20. Sophia immediately whimpered, gazing with wild eyes into the mist around them. "Which way?" Adrian asked, his makeshift club now raised, but his face filled with panicked uncertainty. Ginger held up a hand, listening intently, trying to pinpoint the direction of the sound. "I know it sounds dark, but let's see if there's another one. That might give us something to follow." Madeline shook her head with a quiet, almost bitter laugh. That didn't sound like the kind of scream that has a follow-up. "Both Bernadette and Ariadne are tough," Adrian said, though it sounded like he was trying to convince himself more than Madeline. "They'll fight back? Maybe, but we don't have time." Ginger pointed in a vague direction, trying to ignore the whisper of uncertainty slithering under her skin. "My best guess is it came from that way. We can at least get started towards it and change course if we hear anything else." Madeline nodded, coiling up the length of wire she'd attached to her rock. "Put Sophia in the middle of us. She can keep trying to call the police or the people bringing the boat. We focus on finding whoever made that scream or finding Francis himself. Whichever comes first." Ginger nodded, shivering in the cold morning air, but warmed with a hint of relief that she wasn't the only one responsible for the actions of the group. Wait, I don't like being the only one unarmed. Sophia crouched, scrabbling around on the forest floor for a moment. She stood back up, clutching a long stick with a ragged, broken tip. The makeshift spear was honestly too thin, and Ginger could see it immediately snapping as soon as it made contact with someone. But if it made the girl feel more secure, then she wasn't going to take that away from her. Without David's sure-footed lead, their passage through the woods was far slower. Ginger found herself heading their progress, feeling like the blind leading the blind. Her heart sat in the base of her throat, making her feel like she was choking. The blood roared in her ears. The mantra, "I don't want to be here, I don't want to be here, I don't want to be here," repeated over and over by her pounding heart. There was a sudden flicker of movement above them in the mist, and Ginger gasped, dropping into a crouch as she swung wildly upward. Sophia let out a quiet squeal of fear, and Madeline snarled, stepping in front of her daughter.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
Adrian, who had leapt to the side, held up a hand with a nervous chuckle. "It's okay," he said, a slight shake to his voice as he pointed up. "It's just some of the fabric in the trees that's fallen loose. No threat there, I promise." Ginger pressed a hand to her chest, feeling the speed of her pulse as she stood upright again. "Sorry," she said, aware that she was panting from the adrenaline of the moment. "Just a bit twitchy." All four of them flinched as another scream sounded, this one tapering into a roar. "Oh, that is definitely Bernadette," Adrian said, head turning from side to side for a moment before breaking into a steady jog. "It sounds closer. This way." Ginger fell in behind him, struggling to keep her footing on the wet, slick needles, even though she'd changed from her delicate ballet flats into her trainers before he'd set out into the woods. Behind her, she could hear mother and daughter also having trouble keeping pace. But they all forged on regardless. As they crept through the damp, creaking woods, all straining for some sound to guide them, Ginger couldn't help but wonder what it would have taken to prevent this situation they found themselves in. Was it inevitable that Francis would have ended up pouring all his entitled frustration into murder eventually? Or had it been the very particular series of events and personalities brought together for this party that had triggered his actions? Would they ever know? And in the end, did it really matter? It had all happened now. He had made his choice, and now they were forced to deal with the consequences. "I can hear something up ahead," Ginger called, tightening her grip on the stick in her hands. It sounded like a struggle, shouts and yells and unintelligible words. Adrian nodded grimly, slowing his pace minutely. "I can too." The fog, Ginger noticed, while still thick, was slowly starting to clear as the day began to warm. Sound was easier to trace, and she could tell with relative certainty that the source of the scuffle was close by. "What are we standing around for?" Madeline demanded, swinging her makeshift flail once or twice, something wild filling her face. Before Ginger could suggest proceeding with caution, a figure burst out of the mist just ahead and to the left of the group. Hair wild and blood streaming from a slash in the arm of her sweater, Bernadette stumbled to a halt as she caught sight of the group. For a moment, she had the look of a panicked wild animal, until recognition filled her face. "That psycho isn't dead!" she yelled, running towards the quartet. "Francis isn't dead, and he's got a knife." "We know," Adrian called, stepping forward with an arm out to support Bernadette. "That's why we're out here looking for you. Both you and Ariadne, actually." Bernadette collapsed gratefully into his hold. Ginger could see beads of water from the fog clinging to the other woman's eyelashes, diluting the mud and blood smeared across her face. So engrossed in the sight was she, it took a moment for her to realise that Bernadette was looking directly at her. "Told you I didn't kill anyone," she said with a strangely satisfied smirk for someone who was bleeding profusely. Ginger winced, still feeling some amount of guilt for how the accusations had spiraled earlier, but knowing that her hunch, formed with the information she'd had at the time, hadn't been so impossible an option. "And I will apologise as much as you want when there's no longer a madman roaming around this island with a knife," she retorted. "Speak of the devil," Madeline muttered, shoulders tensing as she stared ahead into the swirling fog. Whirling around, Ginger raised her club, unprepared for the sight that was waiting for her. It took a moment for her to find Francis in the mist. He floated between the trees, his pace slow but nervous. The white shirt he was wearing, smeared with mud, made his torso practically invisible, while the red of his trousers seemed to catch the light and almost glow. It gave Ginger the unsettling perception that he was just a hovering head and set of dismembered red-stained legs, scuttling through the swirling fog. Most disquieting of all, however, was the mask pulled over his face. It was difficult to tell from where she was standing, but to Ginger it looked as if it was handmade with clay that had then been painted. There was certainly an uncanny feeling to the face of being real but unreal that made her shiver from more than just cold. "What do we do now?" Adrian whispered. "Do we rush at him?" Ginger didn't immediately answer, unsure. Francis kept his distance for now, seeming to realise just how outnumbered he was. However, he was armed and had proved that he was willing and capable of murder. "A wild charge doesn't seem like the wisest move," Ginger murmured, hoping her voice wouldn't carry to where Francis continued a slow, ominous circle around the group. "But we also can't stay in this standoff forever." "Then do we try talking to him?" Sophia asked, her voice quaking as she searched for Francis in the fog. "Oh, yeah, he seemed really chatty," Bernadette said, hissing in pain as she pressed a hand to her bleeding arm. "Well, we can't leave him wandering the island," Madeline said through gritted teeth. "It leaves us vulnerable to attack at any moment." Ginger nodded in agreement, and slowly the rest of the group did too. Francis continued to hover and circle, not making any effort to come closer but never quite leaving their sight either. "I want to put an end to this," Bernadette growled. "There is no chance I'm letting this entitled little creep wrap up his murderess because he's misunderstood artist routine. You hear that, you freak!" Ginger winced at Bernadette's sudden yell, the sound sending several birds scattering from the trees above. Francis immediately melted into the fog, disappearing from view entirely. "We can't let him get away," Madeline said grimly, looking at the rest of the group. "Then we follow," Ginger said, tightening her grip on her weapon, reminding herself in a moment of dark humour that she was only supposed to be here to do the catering, not take down a murderous guest. "We follow him, and we put an end to this." Chapter 21. Ginger had experienced a few showdowns with killers before. Far too often they had been unexpected, and she had been alone, left to defend herself. It was a very different feeling, she noted, to those times she had stepped out with a group to purposefully pursue a killer for the protection of all. "We may have numbers on our side," she murmured as they followed in the direction Francis had disappeared. "But he's still got the knife. Be careful." "Is that your professional opinion as someone who has done this before?" Bernadette said dryly, cradling her wounded arm against her chest. "You've survived how many killers, and your advice is watch out for the sharp, stabby thing?" Rolling her eyes and trying to keep her frustration in check, Ginger didn't reply. Instead, she fished her phone out of her pocket and set it to record audio. "I'd suggest those of you with phones do the same," she said, putting the phone back into her pocket, but not so concealed that it wouldn't be able to record. "It can be helpful later when the police get involved." "I'm going to try calling again," Sophia said, shakily dialing a number. "They put me in contact with the officer who's leading the group coming over on the boat. I'll see if she knows how much longer they'll be." Briefly, Ginger thought of DCI Jacob Klimek, her friend on the force back in Little Chiswick. She told herself that when she got home, safe and sound, she'd tell him all about what had happened, for no other reason than to let him overdramatically wipe his brow in relief and say something about how it was nice that, for once, he wasn't the unfortunate soul who had to do the paperwork. In the rear of the group, Sophia made a small whimpering sound. "There's no signal out here," she said. "I can't call anyone." Ginger glanced back, hoping her expression was reassuring. "They'll be here soon. Don't worry." Just ahead in the mist, a large, low shape began to take form. Like a slow-moving set of curtains, the fog peeled back to reveal a circular building built of timber. It had a pointed roof, and the upper half of the walls were made of stunning stained glass murals. The doorway contained no door, being instead an open arch. In good weather, Ginger had no doubts that the structure would be a stunning representation of the intersection of art and light. However, in the dull, dank morning, with the ominously swirling mist, the entrance looked instead more like a gaping, cavernous maw. "Of course he came here," Bernadette growled, looking at the building with an expression of familiarity. "What is this place?" Adrian asked. "David must have built this just for this event, right? It looks brand new." Bernadette nodded. "I was asked to contribute some of my work for David to build into a structure, so I gave the windows. Apparently, this spot gets the most incredible afternoon sun, and he had some grand plan of taking Ariadne out here to propose a renewal of their vows or something. So, of course, Francis would choose here," Ginger said, echoing Bernadette's realization from just a few moments earlier. Being asked to contribute was an honour he felt he deserved but didn't get. "So, this," she gestured to the building, "is a show of everything he resents about you and Ariadne and David. I can hear you out there pathologizing me." Ginger hadn't really paid attention to Francis in the few minutes she'd interacted with him in the marquee the evening before. She was taken aback by how totally normal his voice sounded. It wasn't even as muffled as she was expecting, considering the mask he'd chosen as part of his ensemble. This was explained when he stepped into view in the open archway. He'd pushed the mask up to rest on top of his head, his face now clearly visible. Also clearly visible was the knife hanging loosely in one of his hands. "Rough night, Francis?" Ginger asked carefully, her thoughts racing as she tried to get a sense of his mental state. He was soaked to the skin and smeared with mud, and his white shirt was marred by rustier stains that Ginger suspected were blood. His eyes were sunken into his skull with what was likely exhaustion. After all, he had spent the night out in the storm, waiting around the marquee for a chance to strike. "You could say that," he said, voice still mild-mannered and pleasant despite his appearance. "Terrible things happening out here in these woods. Going to try and blame all this on someone else, just like you do with all of your problems," Bernadette snapped, pushing to stand beside Ginger at the front of the group. "You tried to stab me, you miserable coward. If I did, could you blame me?" There was a hint of acid in his voice now, and Francis lifted the knife ever so slightly. Ginger hoped that Sophia was filming, taking it all down as evidence. "Weirdly," Bernadette replied after a moment of exaggerated thought, "yes, I would blame you for stabbing me." Francis twitched, the hand holding the knife tightening around the handle. "You must be tired," Ginger cut in, trying to stop the interaction from spiralling into a potentially bloody confrontation. "And hungry. We all ate last night in the tent. Did you hide some food with the rest of the prepared supplies?" Francis' attention flickered back to her, and Ginger could see how bloodshot his eyes were. "I did not think about that aspect, I must admit," he said slowly. "And please do believe me when I say that I deeply regret not being able to sample the incredible delicacies that you prepared for the buffet last night." "So, why not stay?" Ginger asked gently, taking half a step forward. Adrian gave her a panicked look, sweat on his forehead and his jaw tight with stress. But she made a tiny gesture with her hand to assure him that it was fine. "You've been out here all night," she continued, taking another half a step, "cold and wet and hungry. and it must have been terrifying being in the open during that storm. She saw Francis's shoulders loosen a little, even though his eyes were still flickering back and forth between her and Bernadette. Ginger just prayed that the rightfully enraged woman would manage to hold on to her anger long enough for the situation to be de-escalated. It was possibly the most frightening experience of my life, Francis admitted. At one point, lightning hit 3 trees, one after the other. I thought for sure I was going to get hit, especially with all the electrical wiring hidden everywhere. Ginger nodded, trying to make her expression as understanding and sympathetic as possible. She didn't get any closer and didn't drop her makeshift club, but she did try to make her body language non-threatening. "Why don't you come back to the marquee with us?" she suggested. "Leave the knife, come get warm and dry. There's even some food left in the kitchen that you can have." For a moment, Ginger thought Francis was going to accept. He cocked his head, thinking over the offer, and there was a genuine flash of longing in his face. But then he closed his eyes, shaking his head as a slow, eerily serene smile stretched his lips like 2 worms. "Ah, tricky, tricky Ginger," he said with a short bark of laughter. "You might mean well, and you might have all your tricks and plans up your sleeves, but I won't be walking into surrender and custody so easily." His gaze slipped over her shoulder, eyes narrowing as he focused once more on Bernadette. "I still have wrongs to right, you see," he said, voice becoming flatter and sharper. "I must finish what I have started." Chapter 22. It would have been so easy for all this to have been avoided, you know. Francis completely removed his mask, staring at it. All I wanted was for my artistic impact to be appreciated, for those who ridiculed or ignored me to see how my heart beats for art, for people to actually see what I can accomplish. "Well, you've certainly done that," Adrian said grimly. "No one here is going to forget last night in a hurry." Ginger tensed as Francis's eyebrows drew together in a deep frown. He looked genuinely wounded at the hostility in Adrian's voice, as if he couldn't understand why it was there. "I know at first glance what I've done might seem unnecessary, but it needed to happen," he said, the genuine earnestness in his voice making the sentiment all the more unsettling. "There were too many wrongs stacked against me. I had to clear my path to greatness, whatever it took. I wouldn't really say that murdering a 20-something ceramic sculptor and a divorced gay art critic with a failing blog is really clearing a path to greatness," Madeline called out. "Do you even hear yourself, Francis? Do you hear how demented you sound?" Ginger flinched back as anger burst across Francis's face like a streak of lightning. "They took from me what was rightfully mine," he screamed, veins bulging from his neck and forehead. "Just like she did." He pointed insistently toward Bernadette with the knife, his hand shaking with rage. "I was destined for greatness, and you stole it from me. My chances were ruined before I even had the opportunity to try." "That is the biggest load of nonsense I've ever heard," Bernadette scoffed, her tone dismissive, but Ginger could see the real fear in her eyes. "You've done this for as long as I've known you, Francis. Always blaming other people for your failures and problems." For half a moment, Ginger thought Francis was going to launch towards them, swinging his stolen blade indiscriminately. Internally, she tensed, ready to begin a fight if needed. However, he unexpectedly took a deep breath, shaking his head as he visibly forced himself to calm down. "You won't force me into that kind of wild behaviour," he said, spreading his arms wide. "All of this is supposed to prove an artistic point, not paint me as some mindless monster." "And what artistic point are you trying to prove exactly?" Ginger asked, hoping he didn't hear the shaking in her voice. "What point could killing Claire and Geoffrey make? Even if it was purely about revenge for what you think they'd done to you, their deaths wouldn't change the tide of the whole art industry." She wasn't even sure what she was saying or what she was trying to convince him of, if she was even convincing him of anything. but some part of her. Chapter 22. It would have been so easy for all this to have been avoided, you know? Francis completely removed his mask, staring at it. All I wanted was for my artistic impact to be appreciated, for those who ridiculed or ignored me to see how my heart beats for art, for people to actually see what I can accomplish. Well, you've certainly done that, Adrian said grimly. No one here is going to forget last night in a hurry. Ginger tensed as Francis's eyebrows drew together in a deep frown. He looked genuinely wounded at the hostility in Adrian's voice, as if he couldn't understand why it was there. I know at first glance what I've done might seem unnecessary, but it needed to happen, he said, the genuine earnestness in his voice making the sentiment all the more unsettling. There were too many wrongs stacked against me. I had to clear my path to greatness, whatever it took. I wouldn't really say that murdering a 20-something ceramic sculptor and a divorced gay art critic with a failing blog is really clearing a path to greatness, Madeline called out. Do you even hear yourself, Francis? Do you hear how demented you sound? Ginger flinched back as anger burst across Francis's face like a streak of lightning. They took from me what was rightfully mine, he screamed, veins bulging from his neck and forehead. Just like she did. He pointed insistently toward Bernadette with the knife, his hand shaking with rage. I was destined for greatness, and you stole it from me. My chances were ruined before I even had the opportunity to try. That is the biggest load of nonsense I've ever heard, Bernadette scoffed, her tone dismissive, but Ginger could see the real fear in her eyes. You've done this for as long as I've known you, Francis, always blaming other people for your failures and problems. For half a moment, Ginger thought Francis was going to launch towards them, swinging his stolen blade indiscriminately. Internally, she tensed, ready to begin a fight if needed. However, he unexpectedly took a deep breath, shaking his head as he visibly forced himself to calm down. You won't force me into that kind of wild behaviour, he said, spreading his arms wide. All of this is supposed to prove an artistic point, not paint me as some mindless monster. And what artistic point are you trying to prove exactly? Ginger asked, hoping he didn't hear the shaking in her voice. What point could killing Claire and Geoffrey make? Even if it was purely about revenge for what you think they'd done to you, their deaths wouldn't change the tide of the whole art industry. She wasn't even sure what she was saying or what she was trying to convince him of, if she was even convincing him of anything. But some part of her hoped that if she could keep him talking, that it would give them enough time for the police to arrive. Oh, but it would change their perception of me, Francis said, as if it was the most obvious thing. You know that waistcoat that Ariadne was bragging about? The one made by the recluse killer? Ginger nodded slowly, feeling as if her brain was a pot of boiling water, as she tried to see where he was going with this point. Madeline, dear, Francis called, looking past Ginger and waving with the knife. You surely know such things, with your finger on practically every pulse point of the art world. How much did that waistcoat sell for at auction? How much did our darling, generous hosts pay for that piece of exquisite embroidery? Caught slightly off guard, it took Madeline a moment to gather herself and her thoughts. Over $1 million, if I remember correctly, she said. There was a spike of interest after the copycat. She trailed off, putting together the implications. Ginger was doing the same, and she closed her eyes in sickened realization. Over £1 million, Francis said triumphantly, starting to wander back and forth in front of the black hole of the doorway. See, when dear Ari told everyone that she'd been able to get her hands on one of the few pieces the skilled Daniel Lind had completed during his 5-year serial killer spree, she was so very excited. He paused, almost absent-mindedly digging the tip of his knife into the wooden frame surrounding one of the exquisite stained glass windows. When I went upstairs to go and look at it, do you know what I felt? he asked, a look of sudden weariness crossing his face. Knowing your inflated sense of talent, I'm going to assume you were unimpressed, Bernadette asked dryly. Madeline shot her an annoyed look. Do you really have to try to antagonize him every time you open your mouth? She hissed. Shut up. It was actually quite the opposite of unimpressed, Frances said, thankfully not rising to the bait. I was actually inspired. He was incredibly talented at what he did. I can't deny that. Do you think he's referring to the embroidery or the murder? Adrian asked the group in a low whisper. But what really inspired me, Frances continued, clearly not listening to the others, was what had turned this waistcoat from something that might have cost several £100 into something worth over £1 million. Murder, Ginger murmured to herself, heart sinking as she saw where Francis was going in his winding journey to justification. Notoriety, Francis said, neatly sidestepping the true answer in favour of his skewed view. So much of art is about the story attached to it, as much as it is about the art itself. It's about the creator as much as the creation. Do you really think Daniel Lind would have ever been able to sell a piece of his work for over £1 million? Of course not. But attach the name of the recluse killer and suddenly people are falling over themselves to buy it at auction. Ginger couldn't deny that he was wrong. People had an attraction to the macabre, it was true. Pieces of the car James Dean had died in had sold for huge amounts. People went on tours of famous murder locations. And yes, the waistcoat Daniel Lind had made before he was revealed to be the recluse killer would not have ever sold for as much without the titillating darkness now attached to it. I don't disagree with your observation, she said slowly, mentally calculating how long until the police arrived to end this insufferable standoff. But if it's acclaim and riches you're looking for, you seem to have forgotten that Lynn didn't get a penny of that money. He's in prison, probably for the rest of his life, as he should be. Surely you must have known that for you to gain notoriety, you'd have to pay a similar price. Francis spread his arms wide, an almost pitying expression on his exhaustion-riddled face. Why is it so hard for you to understand that this was never about money? I've had money my entire life, and it never helped me achieve my artistic aspirations. Good grief, Bernadette muttered, thankfully not sending this particular barb towards Francis. If you can't find artistic success, even when you're wealthy enough to buy it, then you must really be terrible at whatever it is you're trying to do. All of a sudden, he cocked his head as a thought occurred to him. Just behind her, Ginger felt the rest of the group tense. You know, he said thoughtfully, come to think of it, no doubt the sculpture that I used to crush Claire will be worth much more now. The brass one that I buried in Geoffrey's smug face a few times as well. He locked eyes with Ginger, a terrible cynical anger appearing there. Perhaps I should have considered a different method of death. All I've done is given David and Ariadne the ability to capitalise off my work. And they'll do so. Just you watch. Francis let out a bitter laugh that froze Ginger to the core. An air of manic and furious energy began to roll off him. The broken stone sculpture will be cleaned up enough to not be offensive, but not so much that you can't see the bloodstains. He rambled. Then it'll be given some saccharine nonsense name to remember their pet project by, and sold to the highest bidder. You know, he whirled to face the group and Ginger lifted her club on instinct. I planned on stabbing you full of glass from your own windows, but that would only have made them more valuable, wouldn't it? It was clear he was speaking directly to Bernadette. The image made Ginger feel slightly faint, although from panic or exhaustion she wasn't sure. Bernadette, however, seemed mostly unaffected, although Ginger could see a tremor in her hands that hadn't been there previously. She still somehow managed to shrug. Let me guess? You threw a tantrum because Ari and David didn't ask you to contribute to the display, So you thought that killing me with the art that I was asked to contribute would be some kind of... what? Poetic justice? Ginger was astonished when Bernadette laughed, even with blood soaking her sweater and a knife-wielding killer in front of her. Dude, she said with genuine mirth in her voice, those windows are all made of plastic. Did you really think I'd transport stained glass windows that took me nearly a year to design and create to be exposed to the elements on an island for just one night? Francis' anger faded to confusion, then flared back up into rage. With a feral howl, he slammed the handle of the knife into the window closest to him. Despite knowing better, Ginger instinctually braced herself for the sound of shattering glass. Instead, there was just a dull cracking as the pane of plastic developed an unimpressive split across its middle. For a long moment, Francis stood staring at the window, as if not quite believing it. That was until Sophia let out a nervous giggle into the tense silence, immediately slapping a hand over her mouth to mute the sound. But Francis immediately tensed at the sound. As if from a great distance. Chapter 23. Ginger wasn't quite sure how long she'd been staring out the window, but she found herself startled when someone knocked on the door. With Francis restrained and under arrest, things had seemed to move rather quickly. After spending so long waiting for any kind of help, the swarm of police, the forensic team, and paramedics that washed onto the tiny island felt overwhelming. Ginger had remained stuck to her brother's side as if glued there, stumbling through the haze of exhaustion that made her feel as if she was watching everything going on around her from underwater. She fell asleep on the boat ride back to the mainland, head resting on Ryan's shoulder, and remained half asleep as she was bundled into his car and driven back to the North Star Hotel at the top of the cliff. There had been an elevator, a hallway, and then a warmly lit, comfortable room, with a bed almost as large as her entire bedroom at home. Vaguely, she recalled asking where Reese was, and her brother gently shushing her, saying that Reese would be there when she woke up. But right now, she needed to rest. Ginger had no idea how long she slept for, but what she did know was that Reese wasn't in fact there when she woke up. However, she didn't mind a few minutes of solitude, just to allow her mind to settle and untangle exactly how she was feeling. So, she had wrapped herself in the sheet and padded over to the large cosy armchair, one of two placed in front of a beautiful set of double French doors that opened out onto a balcony. She left the doors closed, however, quite happy to enjoy the comfort of being inside a brick and mortar building again. It was there, in that position of contemplation, that she drifted deeply enough into thought that the soft series of knocks on the door startled her. "Come in?" she called softly, not quite sure whom to expect. It was only when she saw Reese's worried but very welcome face peer around the edge of the door that Ginger felt herself finally, truly relax. Without a thought, she ran to the door, flinging herself into his embrace. He wrapped his arms around her so tightly it almost became painful, but she welcomed the crushing squeeze. It was the perfect thing to remind her that she was safe, and that the horror was really, truly over. "I'm so glad you're safe," he said when he finally pulled away enough to see her face, tears welling in his eyes. "I don't think I've ever been quite so scared for you in my life. Well, apart from that time a murderer was going to throw you down his cellar steps and lock you in a chest freezer." He frowned. "Or the time you were facing off with a knife-wielding fanatic on a roof." "Oh, this one was also carrying a knife. It was just in the woods instead of on a roof," Ginger said, aware that her tone was far too cheerful for such a sentence. But when Reese chuckled, even while his cheeks grew damp with tears, she knew that for them it was the right mood to strike. "Did I genuinely see Adrian Walker out in the hall?" Reese asked, following as Ginger gently pulled him across the room to the bed. "Oh, yes," Ginger said vaguely. "Kind of hard to think that less than 24 hours ago I was embarrassing myself by fangirling over him, and now I'm just like..." She shrugged. "Hey, it's Adrian." Does this mean you'll finally stop drooling from the corner of your mouth every time we watch a film that he's in? Reese teased, lying back on the mountain of pillows and pulling Ginger in to lay her head on his chest. She noticed that he couldn't stop touching her, running his fingers through her hair, stroking a hand down across her ribs, placing a hand gently on her hip. But there was something frantic rather than comforting or erotic about the motions. "Reese," she said softly, catching his hand as he moved to her hair once again and lacing her fingers with his. "I'm not hurt, I promise. I'm safe. I'm okay." He looked down at her with dark, serious eyes filled with far too many complicated emotions, and fear too dark for him to speak aloud. So instead, he just nodded and pulled her even closer. "I talked to your brother before I came up here," he said eventually, the rumble of his voice and steady beat of his heart soothing Ginger like nothing else could. "He said the police have retrieved the bodies from the island and are now profiling every inch of the place for evidence. Apparently, the owners haven't been all that helpful yet, but it's mostly because the wife is all but catatonic, and the husband won't leave her side." "Ariadne and David made it back okay?" Ginger asked, not wanting to think about Claire and Geoffrey wrapped in heavy black body bags being loaded on the boat to bring them home. "I wasn't sure what happened to them at the end there." Reese shrugged. "You'll need to ask Ryan or the couple themselves for all the details, but I think the wife kind of snapped a little bit. Apparently, the husband, David, found her trying to wade out into the sea." Ginger swore softly under her breath. "We thought for a little while that Francis might have taken her out of the marquee," she said. "But now that I think about it, he would have been over by the dock stalking Bernadette when Ari disappeared." She sighed. "I knew it had all been a horrible shock for her and that she and David lost their lover, but..." Reese stroked his index finger gently down her jawline, making Ginger feel like he was painting her back into full existence. "Not everyone is as strong as you are," he said softly, but there was no chastisement in the statement, just a sense of fact. "And I'm sure that's why most of those people made it off the island." Ginger shook her head. "No, I contributed my own share of bad ideas," she said. "The only reason Bernadette was down on the dock on her own was because I thought I needed to play super sleuth to find out if she was the killer. We thought Francis was one of the victims at that point, and..." She shrugged helplessly, trying to find the words to explain what she had been thinking in her stressed, sleepless state. She was the only one who seemed to make sense, and that's not a good enough reason. My meddling drove her right into Francis's path. "But she's fine," Reese reminded her, and, from the tone I heard her using downstairs while telling the police about how Francis attacked her, I'd say she's not been too badly traumatized by the experience. There were words and phrases used about him that I think would classify as a form of punishment if he had to listen to them. Ginger grimaced. "Bernadette is quite something," she said, drumming her fingers on Reese's chest. "I mostly want to go and check on Sophia, see if she's all right. She's just a kid, and she went through a nightmare out there." Without a word, Reese pulled his phone out of his pocket and, in a few moments, found Sophia's Instagram page. Much to Ginger's surprise, the girl was currently live streaming from what looked like a hospital room, chatting with fans. "I think she's doing okay," Reese said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "And she seems to have done you quite the favour too." Ginger frowned, dragging her eyes away from Sophia and the cutesy blossom filter that hid her exhaustion and the dirt. "How so?" Reese clicked through a few more things, pulling up Ginger's own profile. "She both mentioned you on the stream as the reason she's alive, it seems, and shared a bunch of your posts. Your follower count has quadrupled." Ginger felt the breath catch in her throat. "That can't be real." She refreshed the profile to make sure, and the number of followers immediately increased by several hundred more. Reese laughed, a true deep belly laugh, as she grabbed the phone, turned it off and tossed it to the end of the bed. "That is too much for right now," Ginger wailed, covering her face with her hands and trying to burrow deeper into Reese's shoulder. "Too many people. Too quickly. I feel gross and tired and don't have a content calendar planned. Oh my gosh, this could be huge for my business reach and engagement though." Reese gently pressed a hand over her mouth, stopping the rushing flow of words. "We can't solve most of that right now," he said, "but I would strongly suggest a shower. You currently smell rather ripe, like a good cheese, but not as edible." Ginger pulled his hand off her mouth. "Have I ever told you that you say really weird stuff sometimes?" Reese nodded gravely, a twinkle of humour in his eyes. "At least twice a week." "A shower sounds like a wonderful idea, though," Ginger said, taking an experimental whiff of her underarms and wincing, "because I would not describe my current state as daisy fresh. However," she groaned, pushing herself upright and then rolling off the bed onto her feet, "I only want a shower if you join me in it." Reese's face momentarily lit up in surprised delight. Then realization dawned and he rolled his eyes. "You just want me to wash your hair for you, don't you?" he called as Ginger began to sashay toward the bathroom suite. "And do my special scalp massage with the conditioner?" "Correct," Ginger said, leaning against the doorframe. "Think you can manage that for me?" Reese gave her a look so achingly tender that Ginger felt her heart stutter for a moment, and tears fill her eyes. "I think I can manage that for you, my love," he said softly, clambering off the bed. "Now, get your butt in that shower before I add you to a charcuterie board." Chapter 24. The shower was much needed and gratefully received. Once again, feeling clean and somewhat rested, Ginger set about slowly deciphering exactly how things on the island had ended. She and Reese planned to drive home later that day once the police had been able to interview her, but she didn't want to leave without checking in one last time with the rest of the survivors. "It's been a shock, to say the least," said the officer, who had introduced herself as Sergeant Tansy, taking down Ginger's statement. Upon coming downstairs, Ginger had immediately been ushered into a small reading room on the south side of the hotel. Its huge windows let the sunshine pour in, bathing the comfortable furniture in golden warmth. Ginger decided that Sergeant Tansy looked like the kind of person who was prone to almost constant smiling, as the sombre expression on her face looked as if it didn't belong there. A lot of the locals were suspicious of these rich, fancy artist types buying the island, she said in an almost conspiratorial tone, but no one ever expected anything like this. "No one was more surprised than I was," Ginger said, pasting a smile onto her face. That wasn't exactly true, she silently admitted, but it would be difficult to explain that without coming across as either mildly unhinged or suspicious. Both could possibly risk her being held back for further questioning and, honestly, she just wanted to get home to her cats. "Well, it's thanks to you and the bravery of the group that he didn't kill anyone else," Tansy said grimly. "It was bad enough having to see what he did to those two poor souls. Took half a dozen people to move that sculpture off what was left of that girl." "Her name was Claire," Ginger said softly, thoughts offering her a snapshot of the young woman with her fae-like eyes and bright smile. "She was a sculptor." Sergeant Tansy's face softened. "Yes, we've learned a lot about her after talking with the couple who own the island," she said. "Seemed like she had a very bright future ahead of her, which makes it all the more tragic." "I take it the families have been notified?" Ginger asked, shifting in the prim floral armchair she had chosen without thinking. The grain of the fabric was starting to irritate her bare legs where her skirt ended. "For Claire and for Jeffrey? I just know this is all picking up speed on social media, and it would be horrible to find out that way." The sergeant nodded. "They've been notified, don't you worry, and we've asked certain individuals of the group," she said carefully, clearly meaning Sophia, "to refrain from speaking publicly until after the investigation." And what about... Ginger hesitated. What about Francis? What's happening to him? Tansy paused as if unsure how much to say. He has been booked at a local police station where he's being interviewed for his statement. A statement he is, apparently, all too eager to give. It feels more like a manifesto, huh? Ginger asked, shuddering as she recalled Francis' unhinged ramblings in the woods. The sergeant nodded. The sick thing is that he seems almost proud of it all. Keeps explaining over and over just how clever his plan was and how he will be remembered for this and all kinds of grandiose nonsense. Did Sophia give you guys any kind of video recording of that final showdown? Ginger asked, reminded of Francis's previous grandstanding. I got audio, but I don't know if she filmed it. Tansy actually smiled then, well-used lines appearing around her eyes and mouth that proved Ginger's previous hunch to be correct. Filmed the whole thing in 4K resolution with close-ups and auto-generated captions, she said with a pleased nod. Thank goodness for young'uns and their fancy phones these days. But we'll take your audio as well as a second source of evidence. Just as they were arranging how and when Ginger would send the audio file over to the appropriate member of the force, there was a timid knock on the door, and a moment later it opened. I said no interruptions, Sergeant Tansy called, irritation in her voice, but it quickly disappeared. Oh, Ms. Mackintosh, how can I help? Ariadne hovered by the door. She had a herringbone blanket draped over her shoulders despite the warmth of the day. I was hoping I could speak to Ginger if you don't need her anymore. Her voice was paper-thin, so very different from the woman who had greeted Ginger in the same hotel only a few days before. The sergeant looked back and forth between the two women, then nodded, getting to her feet. We'll be in touch if we have any follow-up questions, she said to Ginger. For now, we'll keep an eye out for the audio. Oh, and... She paused, looking back as she began to leave. Tell that brother of yours that, considering that he broke several traffic laws on the way here, then barged his way into the local station, demanding to be put on a boat to the island, he was actually a pleasure to work alongside, even briefly. Ginger smiled, shaking her head in amusement. It will only encourage his ego, but I'll pass it along, she promised, then leaned forward, wanting Tansy to see just how earnestly she meant her next words. Thank you for everything you all did, and for everything you're going to do to get Francis put where he belongs. Tansy nodded grimly, the smile disappearing from her face. Sadly, the bottom of the sea isn't an option, since that's where he belongs, but we'll do what we can. As she left, she exchanged a nod with Ariadne, who barely inclined her head in reply. Finally, it was just the two of them. Ginger stared across the room at her former tutor, too many thoughts and feelings flying around in her head. Was she angry with Ariadne? Did she pity her? Was she disgusted by the actions of someone she'd once looked up to? It was difficult not to feel all of the emotions simultaneously, leaving Ginger feeling twitchy and conflicted. Ariadne seemed to sense this. She didn't approach where Ginger was sitting, instead fluttering around the edge of the room toward the wall of windows like a dying butterfly reaching for the sun. The silence stretched oppressively, the room becoming almost unbearably warm. Ginger wanted to move off the uncomfortable chair, but it felt as if any movement would destroy whatever fragile moment was emerging here. So instead she stayed, waiting to see what Ariadne did. I will never stop blaming myself, you know. The sound of Ariadne's voice came as a genuine surprise. She didn't look away from the windows as she spoke. Their faces will haunt me forever. Ginger waited for more, but the silence stretched again. If it's absolution that you're seeking, I can't give it to you, she said eventually, watching Ariadne flinch. And I'm not even certain you need it. Guilt is easy to pick up, but it's not always earned. You couldn't have known what Francis was going to do. Perhaps not, Ariadne said, finally turning to face her. But Bernadette wasn't wrong in what she said about how I collect people without thinking about how those people might feel about one another. At the very least, I should have known that bringing Francis and Geoffrey and Bernadette together would have created some tension. Ginger looked closely at her former mentor, pushing past the gossamer shield of guilt-riddled damsel. There was something harder beneath the surface, something uglier. "I think you knew that, though," Ginger said slowly, cocking her head. "And that's exactly why you invited them all, same as why you invited me. You wanted little flashes of drama and live theatre." Ariadne tensed, something sharp and hard appearing in the lines of her face. "You might not have expected murder, but you were perhaps hoping for some kind of argument. You put those people together just to see what would happen." Ginger stood, walking closer. "Just as you wanted to see what it would do to me when you mentioned the recluse killer." There were tears in Ariadne's eyes when she finally looked at Ginger, but Ginger couldn't find any sympathy in her heart. How could she be sure that this wasn't just another layer of manipulation? "There was no malice in it, Ginger, I promise you," she said. "David and I never meant anyone any harm. Not to those we brought into our relationship, not to the people we chose for the party, and certainly not to you. I just wanted to see what would happen. Some of the greatest art is born from spontaneous chaos." All at once, Ginger couldn't help but recall what Francis had said, how in his bid to create notoriety for himself, he had in fact only created opportunities for the people he despised to succeed even more using his actions. "Will you promise me one thing?" she asked, squarely facing Ariadne. "If you can promise me this, maybe I can give you some of that absolution you're searching for." "Anything." The desperation in Ariadne's voice was almost pathetic. "Don't monetize this," Ginger said, wanting to believe that her mentor would keep the promise, but honestly, not holding out much hope. It was something Francis said, that the tragedy of all this could be artistically valuable, and I don't mean that you shouldn't create art to help you process your grief and guilt and fear. I mean, don't do anything clever with the broken sculpture that killed Claire. Don't sell on the brass piece that was used to kill Geoffrey. Don't let your work become the serial killer's waistcoat in someone else's collection. You know what I mean? For a moment, she thought Ariadne was going to resist. But then her shoulders dropped and she nodded, understanding dawning on her face. "We won't," she said softly. "Once the police are done with it, I'll have it reduced to dust." Something sparked in her eyes and her vision slipped into the middle distance. "Perhaps we should turn the dust into cement, turn it into a flagstone that David and I keep at the house as a reminder of Claire and the mistakes we must avoid. Or perhaps..." With a sigh, Ginger turned away, leaving any hopes she had in the brightly lit reading room. She only paused at the door to briefly look back at the woman she had once idolized, seeing now the ugly sides of her construction as if someone had scraped all the clay off a sculpture to expose the twisted wireframe beneath. "I wish you the best," Ginger said, "but don't contact me again. Goodbye, Ariadne." With that, she closed the door. She wanted to find Rhys. It was time to go home. Epilogue. Ginger didn't look back at the North Star Hotel as Rhys drove them away, beginning the journey home. "We won't have quite as good a time as your brother did with me on the way down here," he said with a grin. "After all, we don't have lights and sirens and the ability to bend traffic laws. But we should be home in time for dinner. I think your mum is cooking for us." "She needs to have her little panic and assure herself I'm all in one piece," Ginger said distantly. "Does she know everything that's happened? I don't know how much Ryan will have told her." Rhys turned down the music slightly, putting the Lantham's "Oh My Love" into the background. "As far as I know, she knows there were deaths and about the usual amount of peril. But I think she's under the impression it was the storm and not a person," he said. "Why?" Do you want to keep it that way? Ginger shook her head. No, she'll find out soon enough when the court case starts in a few months. I just won't tell her tonight. I don't think I've got the emotional bandwidth for that right now. Rhys gave her a gently understanding look. How are you holding up in general? If you want to sleep all the way home, I can turn the music off. No, Ginger said, taking his hand where it was resting on the central console. I'll be fine. Just a lot to take in, you know? With the murder or realising that some of your idols are kind of terrible people? The second one, Ginger said, although I was pleasantly surprised with Adrian. Turns out he really is every bit as nice as everyone says. Fingers crossed there isn't a huge scandal in a few years that makes you have to stop being a fan, Rhys said, the dark humour in his voice like a twist of lemon. Though I seriously liked him too. He made me a dark and stormy in the hotel bar while you were sleeping. It was really good. They sat in comfortable silence for a few more miles until Rhys had successfully navigated them onto the motorway. Did you get the chance to say goodbye to everyone you wanted to? He asked, turning up the fan just a little to bathe them both in cool air. I kind of didn't want to do any big goodbyes, Ginger admitted. Apart from Ariadne and David, I don't know those people, despite what the trauma bonding is telling me. So, I had that whole thing in the reading room with Ariadne and had this horribly awkward goodbye with David where it felt like he was staring over my shoulder the whole time. Other than that, I didn't bother. Her phone pinged and she glanced down out of habit. Immediately she couldn't help but grin. Sophia isn't too happy about that, she said with a chuckle, unlocking her phone to read the new Instagram message from the young woman. Said she wanted to hug me goodbye as a thank you. Seems like a sweet kid, Rhys said, carefully overtaking a slower moving van. Wait, is she a kid? Was I just really condescending to a grown woman? Ginger laughed, patting his hand. You're just getting old, she assured him. She's barely 20, I seem to remember, but yeah, she was sweet. She kept reading the message, knowing that she was beginning to frown. She said she'll come by the bakery sometime to help shift any bad publicity I might get from this. That's good, right? Rhys asked, glancing across at her briefly. Because you know that your usual trolls will come crawling out from under their bridges once this hits the press. Right. Where would Bade be without their weekly blog post about how I'm a secret serial killer? She muttered, referring to a website that had been hounding her incessantly, with conspiracy theories and clickbait articles about the cases she had gotten tangled up in. So, why don't you seem very happy about Sophia's offer? Rhys asked. You've seen what her just mentioning you did for your number of followers. If she visits the shop, you're sure to have a rise in demand. Ginger bit her lip, looking out at the farmland and town edges as they whizzed by. I know, but isn't that me just profiting off this tragedy? Wouldn't I be doing the exact same thing I asked Ariadne not to do? Rhys' eyes softened in understanding. Ginny, there is a big difference between taking good publicity and selling the blood-soaked sculpture that killed your lover. They are not the same thing, love. Ginger didn't say anything for a moment, trying to find the words to express a thought she was struggling with. Do you know what I mean if I say that art can become a really destructive thing? She asked. Like, it can turn on itself and start cannibalizing in a way. And there is such a fine line between using art to express and explore something you've experienced and directly profiting off that experience. Is that such a bad thing? Rhys asked, flipping down the sun visor, the late afternoon August light turning his hair to burnished bronze. And, again, I'm not talking about morbid, unethical stuff like selling the blood-soaked sculpture that killed your lover. I mean, like, going through something hard and creating a piece of art based on that and then becoming incredibly successful because of it. How many books or songs or movies were created that way? I guess, Ginger said softly. I understood what drove Francis to do what he did, and does that make you a bad person? Rhys finished. No, Ginny, it doesn't make you a bad person. It makes you an empathetic one. And it was probably because of that empathy that you had that he didn't lose it at the end there and try to kill everyone. He rubbed his thumb across the back of her hand soothingly. I'd say you're in the clear, as long as you don't make a cake series detailing the brutal details of the murders and then sell them to the highest bidder. Ginger clicked her fingers. Ah, shoot! There goes my chance at fame and fortune. Rhys laughed, pressing a kiss to her palm. Oh, you will find fame and fortune soon enough, my love. Speaking of which, did you see that there's a very nice little place just on the edge of Lamington town centre? Settling back in her chair, the moral quandary resolved for now, Ginger shook her head. No? Is it a house? Since when were you moving to Lamington? Rolling his eyes, Rhys shook his head. It's not a house, he said. It's a shop. Needs a bit of work done, apparently, but I know you were saying that it would be nice to have the custom cake business separated out from the cafe a bit, make it easier for you to work on the commissions. Another shop? Already? Ginger laughed. I'm still learning how to run one shop, darling. Splitting the business would make things twice as complicated. That's what you've got me for, Rhys said with a wink. Who knows? Maybe this could be my last year of teaching, and then I join you to help manage your bakery empire. Ginger laughed again, turning up the music. With all due affection, my darling, you're completely mad. It's not impossible, Rhys pointed out with a grin, before letting the music wash over him. Soon, he was tapping out a beat on the steering wheel and singing along. Ginger watched him for a moment, a smile on her face, then turned her attention once more to out of the window. Another shop? It wasn't a terrible idea.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch on of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.